Ladies and gentlemen, please fill out the front rows as we will begin shortly. Please fill out the front rows and take a seat. We will begin momentarily. Thank you. Announcing the arrival of Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, accompanied by honorable dignitaries into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem, Negaraku. And thank you. You may be seated. Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang Berhormat Senator Datuk Seri Amir Hamzah bin Azizan, the Minister of Finance too at the Ministry of Finance. Yang Berhormat Senator Dr. Zulkifli bin Hassan, the Deputy Minister at the Prime Minister's Office, Religious Affairs. His Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Mission in Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Samsudin bin Osman, the President of the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sheikh Abdul Rashid bin Abdul Ghaffur, the Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Professor Emeritus Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM and Advisor for the conference. Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Azmi bin Omar, the President of the International Association for Islamic Economics, IAIE. Professor Dr. Gairul Zazmi bin Madgani, the Dean of Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences at IIUM. Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam bin Muhammad Hanif, the co-chairman for the organizing committee of the 15th ICIEF. Distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Selamat sejahtera and a very good morning to everyone. Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan wal marhaban bikum, and welcome to the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, ICIEF 2024, organized by the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, and co-organized by the Ministry of Finance Malaysia and the International Association for Islamic Economics, IAIE. My name is Aizuddin, and it is an absolute honor for me to be your lead. Let us kick things off by invoking the blessings of Allah to grace our event today with the recitation of the Quran. I would now like to invite Al-Fadil Ustad Abdul Khair bin Jalil from IIUM onto the stage to recite blessed verses from the Quran. Tafaddal mashkura.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ويا قوم أوفوا القسط ولا تبخسوا الناس أشياءهم ولا تبخسوا الناس أشياءهم ولا تعثوا في الأرض مفسدين بقية الله خير لكم إن كنتم مؤمنين وما أنا عليكم بحفيظ قالوا يا شعيب أصلاتك تأمرك أن نترك ما يعبد آباؤنا أصلاتك تأمرك أن نترك ما يعبد آباؤنا أو أن نفعل في أموالنا ما نشاء إنك لأنت الحليم الرشيد قال يا قوم أرأيتم إن كنت على بينة من ربي ورزقني منه رزقا حسنا وما أريد أن أخالفكم إلى ما أنهاكم عنه إن أريد إلا الإصلاح ما استطعت وما توفيقي إلا بالله وما توفيقي إلا بالله عليه توكلت وإليه أنيب صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair, and thank you very much, Al-Fadil Ustad Abdul Khair, for that beautiful recitation of verses 85 to 88 of Surah Hud. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, Al-Fadil Ustad is the winner of the International Al-Quran Recital Competition in 2016 and 2019, held in Kuwait and Malaysia, respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, to give the welcoming remark for the 15th ICIEF, please welcome to the stage Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Samsudin bin Osman, the President of IIUM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wa mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia. Yang berhormat Senator Datuk Seri Amir Hamzah bin Azizan, Minister of Finance too. Yang berhormat Senator Dr. Zulkifli bin Hassan, Deputy Minister, the Prime Minister Department, Religious Affairs, Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Missions in Malaysia, Yang Bahagia Datuk Sheikh Abdul Rashid bin Abdul Ghafur, Governor of Bank Negara Malaysia, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. It is with great pleasure and honor I welcome you to the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. The first International Conference on Islamic Economics was held in Makkah, al-Mukarramah in 1976. This was a seminal moment for the development of Islamic finance, Islamic economics and finance. Almost 5 decades later, and in conjunction with the International Islamic University's Malaysia's 40th anniversary, the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences of the International Islamic University of Malaysia is honored to host the conference for the 3rd time. Islamic economics and finance offer unique perspectives, deeply rooted in principles of justice, equity, sustainability, cooperation, and ethical conduct, which resonate across cultures and societies in tackling current economic and financial issues. As we embark on this intellectual exchange and exploratory journey over the next few days, let us delve into the rich heritage of Islamic economic thoughts, examine contemporary challenges, and chart a course towards innovative solutions that can contribute to Rahmatan lil Alamin, mercy to all human beings, nature, and the environment. The 15th ICIEF provides the unifying platform for academics, financial practitioners, and policymakers worldwide to discuss the nuanced challenges and harness efforts towards an ideal common future. In a world marked by economic challenges and financial complexities, this gathering stands as a beacon of collaboration and enlightenment beyond disciplines, bringing together minds dedicated to exploring and advancing Islamic economics and finance principles and practices. And as we engage in rigorous debates and delve into intricate discussion, let us remember the underlying values guiding our endeavors: integrity, inclusivity, and a shared responsibility towards a more just world that is sustainable, caring, and compassionate, respectful, innovative, prosperous, and trustworthy. Ladies and gentlemen, as IIUM celebrates its 40th anniversary, We extend our heartfelt congratulations to Bank Islam Malaysia, Berhad, who also celebrate their 40th anniversary. It is truly a remarkable milestone, marking 4 decades of providing ethical and sustainable financial solutions to the people of Malaysia. Over the years, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad has played a crucial role in shaping the Islamic banking landscape in Malaysia, setting the benchmark for other financial institutions to follow. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, sponsors, and organizers whose dedication and commitment have made this event possible. Let us seize this opportunity to learn from each other, challenge our assumptions, and emerge with fresh insights and renewed determination to make a meaningful impact in economics and finance. May our discussion be fruitful and interaction enriching, and inshallah, our collective efforts pave the way towards a brighter future. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Samsudin, for your warm, welcoming words. I would now like to call upon everyone's attention onto the screen for a short montage about the 15th edition of ICIEF.
In the dawn of the 20th century, as Muslim nations embraced the promise of independence, Islamic economics emerged as a discipline. From the first ever conference in Saudi Arabia, our journey continues, marked by unwavering resilience and boundless innovation. In conjunction with International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM's 40th anniversary, the Kulliyyah of Economics and Management Sciences is honored to organize the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Join us as industry experts unveil the transformative power of Islamic economics and finance in shaping a brighter future for all. As we celebrate our monumental achievements over the years, together, let's propel forward into the future of Islamic economics and finance. Welcome to the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Thank you very much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to call upon to the stage our honorable speaker for the premier address and to officially launch the 15th ICIEF. Distinguished guests, please give a very warm welcome to the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim.
توفيقي واعتصامي إلا بالله الحمد لله القائل ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله وعمل صالحا وقال إنني من المسلمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Saudara Amir Hamzah, Menteri Kewangan kedua, Dr. Zulkifli, Timbalan Menteri, Tuan-Tuan Yang Utama, Tan Sri Samsudin, Sheikh Abdul Rashid, Bahan Negara, Tan Sri Zulkifli Razak, Rektor, Profesor Azmi, Aslam dan semua tetamu-tamu yang muliakan. Ada satu penghormatan pada saya untuk sama-sama terlibat dalam acara yang penting ini. Karena seperti mana yang dibaca Quran oleh Khari yang tartil tadi saya. In uridu illal islah mastata'tu. Ya, maknanya langkah kita untuk terus mengupaya peningkatan perubahan ke arah kebaikan sedaya upaya kita. Ini termasuk jugalah inisiatif keuangan Islam dan bank Islam yang telah dikemuka sekian lama oleh tokoh-tokoh besar. Kita ingat Omar Chapra, Nahdlatul Siddiqi, Munzar Kaf, Umar Zubair, Khurshid Ahmad. Ini teman-teman yang terlibat secara langsung dulu. Tapi semua mereka tanpa kecuali merasakan sudah sampai kepada tahap di mana ada tuntutan islah itu diteruskan dalam konteks yang lebih menyeluruh, iaitu maqasid. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today for the 15th edition of the International Conference of Islamic Economics and Finance, to have this opportunity to acknowledge the 5 decades of dedicated work by countless Islamic economic scholars, researchers, and their institutions all over the world. Much has been accomplished, but even more needs to be done, especially when we navigate in these post-normal times. I made reference earlier to the more comprehensive discourse on the Maqasid Sharia. And the pioneers, notably Nahdlatul Siddiqi, made a devastating critique against the way we manage our Islamic finance and institutions. And we do recognize, and I believe in Malaysia too, the Bank Islam and other related banks and their windows did take impressive efforts in this direction. But we have to acknowledge the fact that this is not entirely the maqasid, the aim of Islamic economics. It's a beginning, it's a critical beginning, but it needs to develop through islah mastata'atu in Islamic economics and finance. And that's why I think even trying to expand beyond just the Islamic nomenclatures, we need to undertake a better understanding of what reform entails. I have to acknowledge and recognize that these pioneers put forward an action-oriented plan, agenda that possibly was too forward-looking for the times. And I personally experienced this when I was in government, and the huge concern, protests, and negative comments. But alhamdulillah, things have changed. Meaning, over the last 30 years or so, Islamic economics that was promoted as holistic development agenda has been separated from the advances in Islamic banking and finance. The rich ethical Islamic economic ideas and concepts became marooned in the hallowed halls academia and talk-fests, while an overly fic-centric, that's to say, narrow and legalistic oriented approach in Islamic banking and finance prevail in commerce and industry. This has led to the imputation that Islamic economics and finance is mere patchwork. Now don't worry, I'm being a bit rather provocative this morning to compel you to discuss and deliberate on these issues further. Critics charge that it is mere rhetoric, lacking in original substantive content, other than the recycling of conventional traditions, partly true, no different from the pious platitudes delivered in religious sermons. Some detractors have gone even further, labeling Islamic banking and finance as an exotic sub-school of neoliberal finance capitalism, albeit with fiqh compliance. No. Objectively, we should reflect on this, and I think, notwithstanding whether you concur with these assertions, the discourse must deal with this subject, because without doubt, there is some basis. And looking at the scenario, political, economic scenario in the Muslim world, it has strong resonance. Now, let me reflect briefly on my limited experience now in Malaysia, after slightly more than a year in office. The main problem with the somewhat impressive economic achievements, we do encounter problems of abject poverty, hardcore poor. I'm not talking about inequality, I'm talking about hardcore poor, people who do not have enough food on the table. Now, so in my first year, which is last year, I said, there's no rhyme or reason for us to ignore this. We talk about Islamic economics, Islamic banking, to me completely irrelevant if we do not tackle this basic issue. And alhamdulillah, at least we have figures in the first four main states of Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, Negeri Sembilan, and Malacca. We have resolved completely the issue of hardcore poverty in these four states. I'm just waiting for more reports on this. Now, in the last year, shockingly, we talk about quality education, digital transformation, food security, and energy transition, all impressive terms. And of course, it is something that we have to address. But then in our schools, even lavatories not be taken care of. Our children and grandchildren go to school without proper lavatories. And I instructed last year the Ministry of Education, don't talk about quality education, repair the lavatories first. And we have to spend at least 1 billion ringgit. We repaired 8,640 lavatories. Can you imagine? I mean, to me, it is unacceptable. If we talk in terms of the more sophisticated, complex issues, which has to be dealt with. But these are issues. This year, for example, we talk about housing, basic housing facilities for our police force, the armed forces, teachers, dilapidated buildings not fit for occupation. And we require another 2 billion. So I'm discussing with the governor, that's why I'm here. To try and solicit some funds for this purpose. Now, why do I relate these issues? Because I think these are issues that is relevant and pertinent where we discuss Islamic economics or finance issues. Otherwise, there's total disconnect in terms of introducing instruments for Islamic finance, but there's gross injustice. There's disconnect between the stark realities that we have to face in this world. Now, so it is therefore commendable that this 15th conference, organized jointly by IIUM, Ministry of Finance, the International Association of Islamic Economics, show genuine collaboration between academia, industry, and policymakers. Now, the Madani concept introduced by my government puts forward an economic framework based on 6 principles: sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity, and trust. Now, guided by these principles, we aim to promote a new method of civilizational development, which we refer to very closely with maqasid Sharia. On that goes beyond mere economic data and statistics that do not resonate with the ordinary people. Rather, it is a new developmental approach that benefits society now and that of the future. I invite you now to imagine a future economy. One that channels investments towards sustainable businesses, prioritizing environmental protection, responsible resource management, and renewable energy, befitting our duty as stewards or vicegerents of Allah on earth, to maintain the balance, the wasata, between nature and manifestation of the faith, which is clearly amplified in the Quranic verse, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. Second, an economy that places the people at its center, not institutions or instruments or individuals, but people, that contributes to developing a caring, compassionate society, supporting comprehensive social safety nets, investing in community development, and abolishing poverty and gross inequality. Third, with a future society where prosperity has meaning to the many than the few, where unbridled capitalism yields to ethical inclusion, fair opportunities, and equitable wealth. Fourth, an innovative society developing not just new products and technology, but also ideas, solutions, and perspectives that challenge the status quo and inspire progress. And fundamentally, a society built on trust, where integrity, transparency, and accountability serve as the cornerstone of governance, fostering a sense of unity, cohesion, and collective responsibility over our shared destiny. This is our vision for a sustainable, humane economy for Malaysians, for Muslims, and for mankind. Now, I made specific reference to the issue of integrity and accountability because there's clearly a deficit in our societies. Here we do focus strongly on the issue of good governance and zero tolerance to corruption and mismanagement. We can't continue with that tradition that top professionals, top politicians, prime ministers, and ministers use their position to amass wealth and squander the public purse for the interests of the families and cronies. This, to me, is prerequisite for Islah and for meaningful reform, including Islamic economics. You can introduce impressive, sophisticated instruments, but it's poorly managed and squandered by corrupt leaders is not going to help. And I think, therefore, in all our deliberations and discourse, we need to put clear emphasis on the issue of integrity, into of values, and accountability. Now, this is, of course, a collaborative effort. Academicians must continue to push the boundaries of knowledge, align the theoretical and ethical dimensions of Islamic economics, and develop practical applications aligned with these core Madani principles. Now, financial institutions, of course, must integrate these principles into core structures and decision-making process and ensure that their products are equitable and accessible. I must commend the governor for his initiative, introducing new instruments that show enough care and compassion, which is difficult to impress the bankers to think likewise. but I've seen this. And I was yesterday at the Maybank, our largest bank in the region, and I have to acknowledge their efforts and introduction of many new instruments that show more care and compassion for the people, other than improving the issue of governance and the issues of integrity and accountability. Now, regulatory bodies must create enabling frameworks for innovation and incentivize and reinforce ethical conduct, not mere legalistic compliance. This collaboration must be met with an ummat commitment, with joint efforts to help realize this vision for a better future. Even then, achieving this will not be without obstacles. The path depends on the global financial system, along with Western-centric models of development must be critically examined by thinkers. Unbridled capitalism, limitless greed, and the exploitation of this world's resources must give way to the principles of moderation, equity, and sustainability for the betterment of both current and future generations. With this, inshallah, we can realize a society rooted in justice and compassion. And may Allah guide us and give us the strength, the wisdom to pursue this agenda. Terima kasih kepada Governor dan Bank Negara yang memberikan ruang kesempatan ini, dan saya doakan mudah-mudahan persidangan ini akan memberikan landasan yang kukuh, kerana kerajaan Malaysia telah jelaskan dalam kerangka ekonomi madani bahawa isu ekonomi Islam dan industri halal menjadi di antara keutamaan, dan pandangan-pandangan saudara dalam sidang ini akan membantu dalam kerangka persidangan antarabangsa yang akan kita adakan insya-Allah sekitar Mei, yang dipengerusikan oleh Saudara Amir Hamzah, Menteri Kewangan 2. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you very much, Ahmad Berhormat Datuk Seri, for those inspiring words and to launch the 15th ICIEF. Now, I would like to humbly request for everyone to stand, as we would now like to take a group photo with the Honorable Prime Minister and the entire audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister will now leave the hall accompanied by the honorable dignitaries. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thus concludes our opening ceremony for the event this morning for the 15th ICIEF, and the event has been officially launched. As we go for our morning tea break, please note that the conference hall 2, which is right outside the auditorium, is now open. Do visit the exhibitors, which include IIUM, IIIT, Bank Islam, ISDB, and more. Keep the music going. Keep the music going. Hello. Okay, no. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will go for the first tea break, where refreshments will be served right outside the hall. We will resume with the first plenary session with the theme of Realizing a Sustainable Humane Economy here in the main auditorium at 11 a.m. With that, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, and see you back here in the main hall at 11 a.m. Thank you. ICIEF, organized by the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, and co-organized by the Ministry of Finance and the International Association for Islamic Economics, IAIE. The theme of this conference is on driving the agenda for a sustainable humane economy. And let us kick things off with the discussion on our first plenary session entitled Realizing a Sustainable Humane Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, despite increases in global per capita GDP, the effectiveness of current economic systems to deliver social development and justice remains questionable, as highlighted by the significant shortcomings in achieving SDG targets in the Southeast Asian region. Challenges such as undernourishment, food security, inequality, and an aging population still persist. While Islamic economics offer an ethical alternative, its holistic implementation still remains a challenge. Could genuine holistic well-being for humanity be truly achieved? Now, to answer this question and to go more into in-depth discussions, we have an exciting panel session for you coming up next. However, first, to give the first keynote address for the event, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Indiame Diop from the World Bank, the Country Director for Brunei, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. Sir, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me extend my warmest greetings to the organizers, the guests, the distinguished speakers and panelists, the representatives of government agencies, academia, industry professionals, the media, and all other participants to this very important event. Assalamu alaikum, selamat pagi to all of you. I'm particularly honored to deliver this keynote speech following the opening of Prime Minister Anwar, whose enduring leadership and influence on Islamic education reforms and thinking has inspired generations of scholars and policymakers, not just in Malaysia, but around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Bank has recently updated its mission statement to read, contributing to creating a world free of poverty on a livable planet. We believe that progress on poverty reduction will be slow if the planet is not livable because of climate change, fragility, conflict, and pandemics. These challenges should therefore be tackled head on, or else the state of the world will leave us all unsatisfied because large segments of society will remain in poverty in many countries. This mission statement is very much aligned with the theme of this conference, which resonates deeply also with the aspiration of the Madani economy for Malaysia and the 6 principles that the Prime Minister articulated this morning. Malaysia's success in reducing poverty and rising to upper middle income status is noteworthy. We know that poverty has fallen dramatically over the last 50 years and was estimated at 6.2% by DOSM in 2022. The Prime Minister mentioned 4 states where poverty has been eradicated, which is quite remarkable. However, in a World Bank report last year, we highlighted the large income disparities across states, with Kedah, Perlis, Kelantan, Sabah, and Sarawak still showing high levels of poverty incidence. Despite progress, inequality remains high in Malaysia, with a Gini coefficient that is around 40%, which is much higher than the OECD average, which is below 30%. So clearly, as Malaysia continues its journey to reach the next level of development, to reach the high-income status, reducing inequality and ensuring that no one is left behind should remain a priority. Now on to the second part of the mission statement, a livable planet. Like elsewhere, we are witnessing in Malaysia an increasing frequency and severity of climate shocks every year, directly impacting the livelihood of Malaysians, with the poor often more exposed and least prepared to manage and cope with these shocks. Or at the same time, the cost of greenhouse gas emission and pollution from coal transport industries is directly felt really by Malaysians in the form of health costs and other costs. Therefore, applied to Malaysia, the vision of a livable planet would mean adapting to more frequent rains and floods and other climate shocks by strengthening the resilience of Malaysian infrastructure, firms, household, and economy. It would also mean reducing greenhouse gas emission and pollution in Malaysia, which requires scaling up renewable energy in electricity generation, greening transport, greening the industries, moving to more people-centric urban development and more people-centric development in general, conservation of the precious biodiversity and sustainable management of all forms of natural resources, including mining. This is a vast agenda, but Malaysia has no choice but to focus on this agenda. The cost of not doing so is actually too high. A forthcoming joint World Bank BNM report shows that floods could reduce GDP by 4.4% and increase unemployment by similar magnitude by 2030 in a do-nothing scenario, sorry. And on the mitigation side, Malaysia's manufacturing is largely export-oriented, and export competitiveness may face cross-border carbon tax in foreign markets if the product manufactured in Malaysia are not produced in a green fashion. So the policy agenda is not just vast and comprehensive, it is also complex. Because Malaysia needs strong economic growth to raise the income of household and enlarge the middle class. At the same time, Malaysia needs to address climate change and environment sustainability challenges. Fortunately, there are opportunities to reconcile growth and sustainability. For example, investment in flood control infrastructure support not only growth, but also resilience, and could also foster inclusion. Investing in renewable energy is also an opportunity to support growth and to create green jobs. But there are also challenging trade-offs. And around the world, marrying high growth with environment sustainability and inclusion has been difficult to achieve. What seems clear is that the effectiveness of standard economic policy toolkits to deliver simultaneously growth, sustainable development, social development, and justice remains insufficient. And this is where Islamic finance comes in. I believe that Islamic finance can meaningfully contribute to creating a world free of poverty on a livable planet. As the audience of this esteemed conference is well aware, Islamic finance, founded on the principles of justice, fairness, and transparency, provides a compelling framework to support an inclusive and sustainable growth agenda. This discussion that will be carried out here today at this conference can therefore be very useful for countries around the world struggling to reconcile growth, inclusion, and sustainability. By mainstreaming Islamic finance in its inclusive and sustainable growth agenda, Malaysia is showing a promising way to the rest of the world. Indeed, since the establishment of the first Islamic bank in Malaysia 40 years ago, the growth of Islamic finance has benefited all Malaysians, providing financial services beyond the Muslim population. Beyond banking, A precursor instruments such as the Tabung Haji has demonstrated how innovative financial model can not only foster inclusion of low-income citizens, but also serve as a modern, impactful investment fund generating prosperity for the country as a whole. But even in Malaysia, we are below potential. There are still untapped potentials in the diverse Sharia-compliant financial structures, such as profit-sharing model, that are currently underutilized. It is therefore encouraging that BNM and SC and other institutions in Malaysia have been refining their policy and regulatory framework to support the supply of and demand for green, Islamic, and social finance. Noteworthy initiatives are Bank Negara's Malaysia Value-Based Intermediation, or VBI initiative, and Securities Commission of Malaysia Maqasid al-Sharia Guidance for Islamic Capital Market that was launched back in November, and I was very honored to be part of that launch. In BNM's financial sector blueprint, Islamic social finance instruments such as Zakat, Wakaf, Sadaqah are considered as key enablers of social development and solidarity toward the most vulnerable. These policy efforts together have underpinned the creation of specific product on the supply side of the market and have supported the growth on the demand side for green, Islamic, and social finance. In 2022, the industry estimated that more than 16 billion ringgit of net zero and green financing and 61 billion of social financing were originated. And as of 2022, BNM reported that 3,000 participants have benefited from the iTechAd program, with close to 10 million ringgit social finance mobilized. The World Bank is very proud to modestly contribute to this result by being a steadfast technical partner of BNM and SC over the past several years, and around some of those initiatives mentioned. We are committed to continuing supporting Malaysia as it further develops its framework to sustain its enviable global rank in Islamic finance. We are committed to also do so through sharing global knowledge and technical assistance. One important area of reform that is needed is really to establish an effective impact monitoring and reporting framework. It is important that policymakers foster the adoption of robust frameworks that support greater accountability, build trust, and increase visibility and access to fund to mitigate the risk of impact washing. In conclusion, reconciling economic growth, environment sustainability, and inclusion is crucial, but by no means easy. Standard policy toolkits have proven largely insufficient in realizing this goal. Therefore, harnessing the potential of Islamic finance solutions that are derived from universal values of justice, fairness, and transparency could be catalytic in mobilizing the much-needed investment in a way that is sustainable and that is inclusive. As such, Islamic finance can make significant contribution in realizing the aspiration of the Madani framework in Malaysia. We applaud the Malaysian government and the organizers for this important conference, and we value the support of this audience as a community to advance on these issues and look forward to continuing to support and collaborate on this agenda in the coming years. I wish everyone a very good and productive session ahead. Thank you very, very much for your attention, and terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndiame. I would now like to invite the panelists for the upcoming session onto the stage for our discussion on realizing a sustainable humane economy. First is Prof. Emeritus Dr. Jomo Kwame Sundaram, the Senior Advisor at Khazanah Research Institute, Malaysia. Dr. Alizan Mahadi, the Senior Economist at United Nations Development Programme UNDP for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei. Dr. Christian Oldiges from the Senior Economic Affairs Officer at United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. And the moderator for this session, Ms. Arina Najwa Ahmad Said, the Director at Boa Group Asia. With that, esteemed panelists, I hand it over to the Madam Moderator.
For your time. My name is Arina. I'll be moderating today's panel. So I have a very esteemed set of panelists with me. All of them are doctors. Maybe it's a sign for me to continue my PhD, and then I can join this esteemed panel. So I think there's a lot of conversation, of course, with regards to inclusive growth, inclusive development, sustainable development as of late, and especially after the pandemic. So. Minutes sharing their own thoughts on this topic. And then after that, we will open the floor to Q&A for the rest of the audience. So please do keep your questions in mind and don't be afraid to ask and challenge some of these concepts. So I think to start off today's session, I think we will invite Prof. Jomo to share his thoughts.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you all for the kind invitation to be here today. I think I start off with a greeting of peace, because I don't think we can take peace for granted anymore, as the people of Gaza have realized on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, minute by minute. We have to recognize that many of our assumptions about how the world operates do not really coincide with the realities of the world in which we live. And this, I think, is very, very part of the reminder which Gaza means for all of us. For those who are Muslims, I think it's important to remember that insofar as you recognize God as Rab Alamin, the creator of the universe, and that we on earth are basically Khalifa Allah. We have responsibilities as vicegerents to protect that very that environment, that nature itself. And this, of course, is part of the problem raised by what is called the Anthropocene, where human beings have transformed that environment in which they are born into in ways which have undermined sustainability, and hence the appropriateness of the theme which we are discussing today. And the decisions made by countries of the world in identifying sustainability in the Sustainable Development Goals. But the Sustainable Development Goals are not simply about sustainability narrowly conceived in environmental or natural terms, but they also include very, very important injunctions for progress, for economic progress, as well as for social equity. And this, I think, is very important to recognize that the Sustainable Development Goals have these three different dimensions. And this is part of the reason why I think it is timely that we have this type of discussion, which we are having today. Now, we have huge responsibilities for nature, for the environment, and it's precisely for that reason why we need to begin to think very seriously about what sustainability implies for our lives. And this is a challenge which I don't think has been well treated. Certainly by the, I would say, partly because I used to work for the United Nations, that perhaps the United Nations and the wisdom, the collective wisdom of the countries of the world in enunciating the Sustainable Development Goals becomes all the more important. But when we think about what has happened in the world, when we think about how other groups have approached it, I'm afraid there's a lot which is left wanting. And I particularly am very concerned about the increasing popularity of an approach which likes to see nature, which likes to see the environment in terms of natural capital. This is a view which has been promoted most recently by Professor Partho Dasgupta from Cambridge University, but has been promoted in one of the World Development Reports, which sees different types of capital as fungible. That you can move from natural capital to physical capital to finance capital, and they can move back and forth. And this is a huge flaw in the arrogance of human thinking about the relationships between all this. So I personally feel that we have a huge responsibility, if we are serious about our responsibility as Khalifa Allah, to reject this type of thinking, which basically has led to the disaster which we are facing in many, many ways. Allow me to also take, since it has been mentioned, refer to the call to create a Malaysia Madani. This is a slogan which has been interpreted in all kinds of different ways, and I just want to focus on one particular interpretation which I believe to be quite relevant for our deliberations. And that is the example of Medina. As you all know, Medina represents, in a sense, an attempt at peacemaking. When the Prophet, as a refugee, arrives in Medina, he had many options. He could have come as the Israeli Defense Force has arrived in Gaza. He could come and sought to impose a particular will. But no, what he chose instead was consultation and to have collective wisdom. And that's precisely what many of us refer to as the Medina Charter. Others use other terms, but I think the basic principle is correct, that of consultation. And this, I think, is precisely what is needed in what is a very divided society which we have in Malaysia today. But let us remember that Malaysia is not alone. Many of our societies are very deeply divided all over the world. And if you think about what has characterized the recent period, one of the major characteristics of the recent period, the last 3 or 4 decades arguably, is the rise of so-called identity politics. Identity politics which has divided the world and which has been egged on by what is called populism, but I think it is a more particular type of populism, of ethno-populism. And this ethno-populism is not solely defined in terms of ethnic relations, but also in terms of what in India, for example, is referred to as communal relations among religions and so on and so forth. So I think we need to begin to understand this and the need to address ethno-populism and to ensure that we do not unwittingly contribute to ethno-populisms of our own types. Now, this, of course, is a very different understanding of what Medina means and what it means to oppose Asabiyah. Now, 4 decades ago, most of you are not old enough to remember, there was a young man named Hadi who used to campaign against Asabiyah, who used to campaign against ethnic chauvinism. Unfortunately, he has forgotten his earlier roots, and he now takes rather different positions. But I think it is important for us to recognize that this view of Asabiyah, of rejecting Asabiyah, is very important for us to take on board today. Now, of course, there will be people who will say, if you read Khaldun, the Muqaddimah, Khaldun's treatment of Asabiyah is quite different. Khaldun looks at the other elements of Asabiyah in terms of tribal solidarity or ethnic solidarity, and he emphasizes that solidarity element, which is not unimportant. And we must not throw out the baby with the bathwater in rejecting Asabiyah, but forgetting about the importance of developing social solidarity, which transcends ethnicity, which transcends communalism, and so on and so forth. This, I think, is the challenge which we face today. So if we are serious about addressing, trying to create a Malaysia Madani, we need to acknowledge this element, these differences, this different understanding, this different understandings of the word Asabiyah, and to move accordingly. Let me quickly emphasize that there is a need, of course, to begin to recognize that one of the appeals of Islam is precisely universalism. But the universal pretensions of Islam is not limited to a religion for all. It also means that universalism should influence public policy. And so when you divide society between, for example, the so-called deserving and the undeserving, so you indulge in something which is popular in some circles, which is called targeting. But the very act of targeting divides between those who are targeted and those who are not targeted. It divides society, and it contributes to a new type of casteism. And this is certainly something we should reject. And that's why, for example, in terms of benefits, as Amartya Sen has reminded us, we should recognize that when you have benefits for the poor, those benefits are likely to be very poor benefits. We must reject that kind of thinking that, oh, we must only help the poor. And I remember some years ago talking to some colleagues about whether they had benefited from the school feeding program. And it was interesting. Many of them from modest backgrounds told me how they were embarrassed to be part of the school feeding program as much as they wanted to be. Because who wants to go around and identify themselves as poor? So I think we have to recognize that human dignity is very important, and we should recognize the importance of universalism in our programs. Let's face it, for all intents and purposes, those who can afford it often do not partake of many of these benefits when you make them universal. Those who do not, those who have money will go to private facilities for say medical care and so on and so forth. But when they need it for catastrophic events, for example, then you can see that suddenly they will appreciate the universality of the benefits. So I think we really need to begin to think in those terms, rather than think in terms of socially divisive terms, no matter how well-intentioned these might be. Now, the other question I would put to you is the question of how we begin to understand the human part. I prefer to use human rather than humane, because it sounds like a humane society. Maybe I spent too long in the United States, but a humane society is how you treat animals, But if you think about what it means to be human, Mahbub ul Haq, the former vice president of the World Bank, once in an interview confessed that he had to leave the World Bank before he could promote the idea of human development. Mahbub ul Haq introduced the idea of human development into the UNDP, and it was possible for him to do so. And of course, there are a lot of controversies around the definition and the measurement of human development and so on and so forth. But it's important for us to recognize that Mahbub ul Haq, in his collaboration with Amartya Sen, developed this idea of human development with the best of intentions. And the challenge then is to understand it in those terms. And it's to the credit of the UNDP that one of the recent issues of the Human Development Report basically offers a critique of the Anthropocene, which basically implies a critique of the understanding of sustainability in human-centric terms. So I think it is very important for us to begin to think about how to move from there. Let me quickly run on to basically raise my other concerns. This is, of course, not a criticism, personal criticism of my brother Diop here, but rather we have an approach now which emphasizes the role of private money. And this is hugely problematic because at the end of the day, private finance is about making money, so to speak. Of course, they don't make money. It's basically a transfer of wealth. But it was very, very disappointing to find that the former president of the World Bank resigned early from the World Bank presidency to go to a private company, and now that company is part of an IPO, which is going to make him a billionaire. Okay? Now, is that what transforming billions to trillions should be about? So I put it to you that we really need to understand that the dominance of the world of finance basically poses huge challenges. And we need to begin to understand what is the role of finance and what is the role of private finance in this context. And we need to also be bold in terms of criticizing the failure of public finance. Over 6 decades ago, the international community proposed the idea of 2% of the GDP of the rich countries being transferred to developing countries. Well, it went down to 0.7 of 1%, but what has been the actual record? It is less than half of that. In fact, it is barely 0.3 of 1% in terms of concessional finance. So we have a situation where, on the one hand, there's a great deal of talk about, financing sustainable development, financing human development, and so on and so forth, when in fact, the reality is that there is a significant decline of funding available for such purposes. This is what we need to recognize, and we need to speak truth to power. We need to recognize that, for example, what has happened recently with the funding or defunding of UNRWA, where the rich countries in the world who have been supporting, some of whom have been supporting UNRWA, have basically chosen to defund it precisely at a time of greatest need. This is the kind of thing where surely we must speak truth to power. So, and I think, therefore, when we think about these slogans, when we think about these ideas, we really need to think very, very carefully about what is really happening in the world. And I would like to refer you to an article by Martin Wolf, not somebody I usually quote, but I think to his credit, Martin Wolf wrote a piece about a month ago, published in the Financial Times, where he basically systematically shows how the poorest people in the poorest countries in the world are actually worse off now after the last dozen years, when not only poverty levels have gone up in those economies, but also food insecurity has significantly increased. These are the realities, and I urge you to fulfill your responsibilities as vicegerents to speak truth to power. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. Jomom. I think that was a good opener in terms of understanding and placing the context when we talk about Islamic economics and the principles that goes back to, in Islam, when we look at values of going against ethnopopulism, also inclusivity, also consultation. I think ethnopopulism is definitely a challenge that we have today, and we sometimes often forget that we are too intertwined in our cultural and racial practices that we forego what the religion has taught us in terms of universalism. So I think it's also very timely as well that Prof raised also the atrocities in Gaza as well as in placing that kind of context when we talk about sustainable human economy. I think interestingly also, criticizing some of the tools that we have now, such as targeting, which is why also maybe it moves on very nicely to our next panel, Dr. Chris, who is an expert when we talk about looking at some of these poverty models and tools as well. So I would like to invite Dr. Chris now to share his session. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It was a very last minute, and I feel very glad to be here. It's an excellent panel. I have the honor and also the burden to speak after Yomo, after really an interesting and very thought-provoking lecture. I feel honored to talk after you. And I will mention some of the professors you have mentioned. Amartya Sen, he is one of my heroes I grew up with, and I actually studied in India for many years. And I wanted to meet Amartya Sen, but I happened to meet Jean Drèze, who you actually remind me of. So I have prepared some slides. Yep, they're here. And very briefly about myself or the institution I work with, I noticed not many people know it. It's the United Nations Economic Social Commission for Western Asia, which is basically the UN's regional economic bureau for the Arab states. So we work with, and I spare you this, we basically work in all of Northern Africa, spanning the region from Mauritania all the way to Sudan, that is now facing severe problems for the last half a year, you know that, and all the way to Somalia also, and Djibouti, and then all the Middle Eastern and the Gulf states. So Gaza is next door to me, and it's indeed a very, very sad story. And we are sitting in Beirut, and we are just watching helplessly. It's, I think, a different topic we can talk about, but it's something I think that is on all our minds, and we see it minute by minute on the phone. In my talk, I want to talk briefly about these people that have influenced the little bit that I know about poverty measurements. And these are Amartya Sen, as Yomo mentioned, Mahbub Haq, I didn't have the pleasure to meet him. But Sabina Alkaya, I will mention her. She developed the Alkaya-Foster method, which I will present very briefly, and I know you have your thoughts on this. And then Jean Drèze, who developed universal, I wouldn't call it targeting mechanisms in India, but basically schemes that are universal where everyone has a choice to partake or not. And these are public employment guarantee programs in India that have been running over the years, and also school feeding schemes that are universal. So I very much align with these thoughts. Amartya Sen says, and this is aligning to what the Prime Minister said earlier and also what Dr. Diop mentioned, human lives are bettered and diminished in all kinds of different ways. So it's not just income, it's not just the money we may receive or not receive. And at the first task for us researchers or public policymakers, academicians, or just generally, is to acknowledge that deprivations of very different kinds have to be accommodated within a general overarching framework. And this was something that Amartya Sen and Mahbub Haq did with the Human Development Index. And later on, now widely practiced is a multidimensional poverty index that has been developed by the Oxford Poverty Human Development Initiative together with the UNDP. And recently also the World Bank acknowledged that poverty is multidimensional It's not just income. It's not just the $1.90 a day that will help us identify the poor, but it's much more beyond that. And the late Tony Atkinson said this when he talked in his book, which was actually a World Bank commissioned book, that says poverty statistics matter because they motivate people to tackle a key challenge. And that's something I want to discuss today. And I think when I think of Malaysia, I think we can, and especially this forum, we can think of what really matters. What is it when we think about poverty, but then also beyond, what is it that we want to reach? What is well-being? What is it? What is human development, or not humane development, but human development? Where do we want to reach? And there are many different ways of thinking about that. And at the very end of the talk, I'll have a very interesting notice that I saw yesterday here at the bank. Now, the global MPI briefly talks about health, education, and living standards, and within that, you have 10 different indicators. And this is measured for more than 100 countries. And now there's a time series and a really very interesting time trend analysis. And together with UNDP, it was released last year that still, after so many years of progress and poverty reduction and so on, 1.1 billion people out of 6.1 billion people are multidimensionally poor. So almost 20% live in acute multidimensional poverty. And these are very stark figures because these cutoffs are very, very low. If we used it for Malaysia, the headcount ratio of the MPI would be very, very low. But still across the world, and especially, and we know it in middle-income countries, and this includes, for example, India, most of the MPI poor people live. And especially in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, the MPI poor people can be found. South Asia, I mentioned India, also Bangladesh and Pakistan contribute a lot to the MPI poor people. And sub-Saharan Africa, we see some of the poorest regions, especially in the Sahel, as you may know. Now, how does the MPI help us? We can disaggregate it by indicators, by dimensions, by regions, and so on. We can see which region really suffers from what. And we see here the East Asia Pacific region has very, very low rates for MPI poverty, but still there are problems in years of schooling, also cooking food. Now, again, I show you just snapshots just to see how an MPI can be summed up and then disentangled again, like an instrument. So we see here the region of Senegal. Dr. Diop, I just put this out for you. No, I'm joking. This was by accident. So we see here we can disentangle what happens in sub-Saharan Africa. We see that the MPI reaches almost 0.3. And within sub-Saharan Africa, we can rank our countries by the MPI status. The poorest ones are Niger, Chad, Central African Republic, and so on. And we then stack up all the indicators, and we know which one is contributing the highest. Now, this can become very useful for policy. And the World Bank actually decided to include the global MPI as one of its world development indicators. Now, as I won't go through so much through the technique, but it's basically a simple counting technique. For each person, we would have an deprivation profile. So this works. This person, Deepa, she was interviewed by people from the Oxford Poverty Human Development Initiative, OFI. We know she is deprived in nutrition. Nutrition has a weight of 1/6. And in 5 living standard indicators, 5 times over 118. So her deprivation profile sums up to more than 1/3 of the weighted indicators. And the cutoff in the MPI is 1/3. So this person would be poor, she would be poor, and therefore counted. Now, stepping out of this, I have worked with OFI for more than 10 years, so I I'm very familiar with the method. And I noticed, and at ESQA, we noticed that calculating the MPI is not difficult. It's a STATA program or R program, and any statistician, any economist who's here can program that easily. But policymakers, they don't want to program. And the most difficult parts, what we have noticed, is deciding what goes into the index. How do we set the cutoffs? How do we set the weights? So at ESQA, we developed a tool that allows policymakers to simply drag and drop indicators and discuss what is important. Which indicators do we want? What are the dimensions? So it's basically an MPI building tool that was developed. We can set weights, we can have different simulations. That's number one. And number two, we have then gone to the next step and said, okay, now we have an MPI. We know, let's say 50% of the people are poor. In this example in Cambodia, 16.5, around 17% are poor. And these are global MPI figures. Now, let us set a goal. We want to reduce poverty by half. Or in this case, we can drag the cursor to 25%. The question is, which indicators need to change so that the overall MPI goes down? And this optimization tool, which is basic iterations, it's no regressions, it's no proxy means testing and so on. It is just simple iterations. It will then tell you, by focusing on the poorest of the poor and the highest contributing indicators, which indicators have to decline. And we're currently doing so with the national MPI of Mauritania. I frequently go there, and we are discussing this with the statistician general over there. And so far, this is just the first step, a very basic optimization tool. Obviously, this has to be linked and become more complex, but it gives an idea to what needs to change so that we reach a certain goal. Now, before I wrap up, I know my time is up. I want to conclude with something that the new and former Prime Minister of Bhutan said. And he said it at the UNGA, at the General Assembly. He said, measures are like eyes. They help us to see things. They bring matters into focus. And therefore, it's very important that once we have decided what we actually want to reach, we put it also in very simple terms. And when I arrived yesterday, I was very pleased when I saw this at the elevator door. And it was at the B&M. And it was a very high goal that I think is something that many institutions should have. It says, the B&M is committed to providing a conducive working environment which will foster staff's physical, social, spiritual, emotional, intellectual, and occupational well-being. And I think I'm taking this home to ESQA, because I think this is what we need. So I think this is a very, very good goal, and it's very demanding, but it is essential, because it includes the physical, and I've seen there's a nice gym at the B&M, there's a spiritual and emotional indicators that we want to include. And that made me remind of the Bhutan Gross National Happiness Index. It became very popular a few years ago. And Sabina developed this index together with her colleagues in Bhutan. And you won't believe it, the Gross National Happiness Index is built on the same Alkire-Foster method, like the MPI, but it measures happiness. So instead of poverty, we look at happiness. Conceptually, it's just 1 minus the MPI. So 1 minus deprivations. That means what you achieve. And what do we want to achieve? In psychological and well-being, there are indicators related to, did I have time to pray? Was I angry the other day? Was I able to make friends, spend family time, and such indicators, which I think are very, very important, and we often neglect them when we think about monetary terms or even poverty terms. These are very important indicators with which I'd like to close. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chris. I think what's interesting is the evolution of tools and measurements as well of how we measure poverty. I think, and it's also great to see that BNM is taking charge. And hopefully the staff will practice these guidelines and we ensure that all our central bankers are happy and they keep our currency well and the Malaysians don't suffer. So I think that's good. I think what's also interesting as well is in terms of how complex poverty can be. I think, for some it could be just, oh, this person is poor, but it actually is very granular and there are different elements to it. I mean, we saw how detailed it went to nutrition, schooling, things like that. So I think we can have an more interesting conversation later during the Q&A. But last but not least, our final speaker, Dr. Alizan, I would like to invite you to share your thoughts.
Thank you, Arina. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very still morning. Good morning to all of you. And first of all, thank you for inviting UNDP to this prestigious conference. Now, I think I'll share some thoughts on the question posed on this plenary, whether genuine holistic well-being for humanity could be truly achieved, especially following up from the previous two speakers. I think as quoted by the Bhutan Prime Minister, is the importance of what you measure is very important. So I'll touch on this kind of global movement focusing now on beyond GDP. I'll try to link it a bit with the humane economy, if not human economy, and also try to bring some concrete steps forward, especially in the context of Malaysia. But let me begin, as all of you know, as all of you heard as well on this panel, that we are facing a poly-crisis. In particular, we are facing three existential crises. We are facing an inequality crisis, an environmental and climate crisis, as well as a crisis in democracy. Again, all of you know, we are living in times where peace is being threatened. We are seeing natural disasters being more frequent, being more intense, and we are seeing, again, as you've heard just now, increased in populism, increased in ethno-nationalism, and this is fueled more and more by AI, misinformation and disinformation as well. All this while we are still reeling from COVID-19. I think, again, everyone knows about all the crises and risks we are facing, but especially in this time, it is more relevant than ever as we plan our economies. There was a lot of building back better, which essentially I think soon the next Human Development Report will essentially say it failed, the building back better promise. But even more important than ever is the need to focus on measures of holistic well-being and really looking into, in particular, beyond GDP. Now, this going beyond GDP, this is not new. At least since 2009, the Commission in France set up with Stiglitz, Fitoussi, and I'm missing one person here, and Amartya, of course. It has been discussed for a long time, but I think now and more is gaining a bit more momentum. And the United Nations system as a whole, as you've heard, we've been looking into promoting these measures beyond GDP, and none more so, United Nations as a whole, is the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, Sustainable Development Goals, it consists of 17 goals, 169 targets, and 200 plus indicators. A little bit difficult to compete with the one magical number given by the GDP. It's not as concise, but it does give a snapshot in terms of progress in sustainable development. And only about last week, the regional Asia-Pacific SDGs report was published, and we see that, for example, we are not on track to achieving any of the goals by 2030, and we are on track to achieve the goals within 32 years instead of in 2030. So here again, you can see where conventional methods of measuring progress, for example, economic progress, we have seen some recovery since COVID-19, but in terms of sustainability, we are not on track at all, and that is the reality. Another example already brought up by the previous two panelists, led by UNDP, is the Human Development Index, which really looks into, not looking only into income in measuring progress, but also looking into the need or the progress in terms of expanding one's freedoms and opportunities to achieve whatever they want to achieve in their livelihoods. For example, the HDI in the beginning, it started by including metrics of education and health alongside income as well. Here again, there was a report of the Regional Human Development Report, which highlighted that around 185 million people remain extremely poor in the region in absolute terms, earning less than $2.15 per day. And even more are living in relative poverty, with around 1 billion classified as societally poor, living on less than half the median income. Another of the deprivations in the areas of education, health, and living standards as well. And Asia and the Pacific has around half of the world's multidimensionally deprived, with about 500 million people. Gender biases still also remain, with throughout the region, about 800 million women are out of the workforce. So again, here you can see that although progress has been made at the aggregated level within the Asia-Pacific region, the realities show that there are huge deprivations in terms of human development and the human development approach, as well as in terms of sustainability. But the key point here when we talk about measures is that, again, there's no one magical number to measure progress. And more, the recommendations moving forward is to have a dashboard of measures to measure the progress of well-being and of a nation. Now, how does this link to a humane economy? As we have heard earlier from the Prime Minister and also from the Madani Economy Framework, the humane economy is framed as a philosophy of development that takes into consideration social and ethical concerns. And here I think a lot of the aspects that I've highlighted has obvious links with ethical and moral imperatives. For example, of course, when I go back to the three crises that I mentioned we face, inequality crisis. Inequality is, of course, one of the major ethical issues that we face in the world, and this has been already highlighted by the two previous speakers. But what I like to highlight as well is we need to move beyond looking into just inequality of incomes, but again, with the human development approach in mind, we have to look into inequality of opportunities and so on and so forth. Secondly, in terms of the environmental crisis and the climate crisis, this also raises a lot of moral and ethical issues. If you take the issue of climate change is very discriminatory. There are communities that, for example, coastal communities that face sea level rises, that face increased and intense hurricanes, floods, and so on and so forth. And mostly they have very low adaptive capacities, as these are societies that mostly are poor societies, kind of communities. Further than the intergenerational impacts of climate change is also, of course, will impact future generations as well. And what is our moral responsibility to the future generations? So these are things that we have to bear in mind when we think about a humane economy. And thirdly is the crisis in democracy, and especially in the widening trust deficits. That means that any framework that we choose, any valuation that we choose, for example, in terms of human capital or natural capital and so on, it has to be accepted by society, and it has to be understood by society as well. Therefore, there needs to be an alignment of we make a lot of grand statements, for example, when we come out of the pandemic. Every country highlights how much growth they have made post-pandemic, but this is largely due to the low level of growth, or in many countries, a decline or a recession base point, and this has led to further growth in the following years. But the problem is that it creates a trust deficit, as this growth is not being felt and impacted by the livelihoods of the people. People are still struggling. And again, when we broaden the indicators, we broaden the measures, this is very obvious that there are many communities that are still deprived. So in my last minute or so that I have on the screen, let me offer a few way forwards. Firstly, I think for Malaysia needs to develop both its vision and tools that goes beyond GDP. As I mentioned, many countries are going with the dashboard approach. is not looking for a single index, a single number to replace GDP, but many indicators that provide a fairer picture of what holistic well-being means specifically for Malaysia. And I must say, I must applaud the government. There are a lot of efforts that are currently ongoing towards this. With UNDP, we are working with the Malaysian government, firstly on multidimensional poverty index as well. Sabina Alkar has been here a few times as well in supporting that work, as well as work on the green economy framework. I think Prof. Jomo, you might have a few things to say here. We'll see if we move down the route of substituting natural capital and so on and so forth. And there are various other frameworks that are being developed within Malaysia. In terms of human development as well, Malaysia within the Badani framework has targeted to be a top 25 human development ranking in the Human Development Index, and I think this is something that will require especially focus on expanding the opportunities for individual development, especially in the areas of health and education. But moving forward, I think we have to bring all these measures and indicators together to create a dashboard that really, again, as you've highlighted in Bhutan, that really affects policy. So in terms of the GDP, this has to be indicators that really also are mainstreamed into the system of national accounts. Secondly, while Malaysia should certainly define its own visions and develop its own tools, there is a need to be able to benchmark with other countries as well. So Malaysia should play an active role in shaping this agenda of moving beyond GDP, which is happening internationally. For example, United Nations is in the process of developing a dashboard of a limited number of key indicators that go beyond GDP, and this will be presented at the Future Summit in September. And I think Malaysia should be a part of this conversation. Finally, to address the democracy crisis in the context of Malaysia, again, this is a challenging one, but to reduce the trust deficit, there needs to be programs, projects, and policies that really impact the ground level. And I do applaud, I see some friends here from, for example, one project that was undertaken in Malaysia is the All-Party Parliamentary Group, which brought the SDGs to the ground level and being implemented at the ground level. So although SDGs is an international agenda, which may be a bit distant to the local communities, but programs such as these demonstrate the importance of such a framework to the ground level. And UNDP as well, we are more and more looking to work with subnational governments and working on with the grassroots as well in implementing development solutions. Now, I will just end with saying that in these polarizing times, such a transformative agenda truly requires a whole of society approach and buy-in if we truly want to transition towards a more humane and sustainable economy. And as I echo the previous two speakers, in which we need a deeper national dialogue on what the nation feels a sustainable and humane economy is. I'll stop there. Thank you, Arina.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alizan. I think that's really great as well to think about what kind of measurements can Malaysia have on its own to measure its own development. I think, of course, every country is different. We can't homogenize all these different measurements. And of course, GDP as a measurement on its own, it's not the be-all and end-all, and it can be quite flawed. All right, thank you so much to all the panelists. I hope all of you enjoyed the very insightful session. We now open the floor to Q&A. I will see if there are any hands raised. Okay, very excited. I think maybe to my right, the gentleman in the glasses. I'll open the floor to him. Sorry, can you keep your hand raised, sir?
Please keep your hand up, and the ushers will pass the mic to you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much. My name is Salman Sayyid Ali, and it was a enlightening session from all speakers who discussed sustainability and poverty issues from different angles. I just wanted to highlight that at ISDB, Islamic Development Bank, we tried to create a index which was based on the work of OFI, but looking at Maqasid al-Sharia dimensions, like the protection of faith, protection of life, protection of intellect, protection of progeny, and protection of wealth. So in these 5 dimensions, we would like to measure the deprivations and define the measure of poverty so that you can inversely measure the welfare of the society in these dimensions. Because no society can progress just by GDP or just by wealth protections. The minimal protections should be there for development of the society. Surah Al-Quraysh tells us 2 aspects for a developing nation, that protection from fear and protection from hunger. So these are the 2 things that develop a nation, and these are 2 things when they engulf a nation, they just made them decay. So my question is that, as you mentioned, Mr. Christian, that you have taken different weights, we're looking at different indicators. So in the context of Northern Africa, where most majority are Muslim countries, why don't you take up this aspect further, trying to measure them from the Makkah Sharia 5 dimensions? And similarly, for other organizations which are doing work in the Muslim countries, maybe new indicators can be developed. What we did was simply looked at the World Value Survey, things that were available, and applied whatever questions were possible to measure that, just as a demonstration to show that this measure works. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Chris, you can take that.
Thank you very much. This is a very thoughtful and an exciting project. I'd be happy to basically have a look at it with you. And what we currently do in many of the North African countries, including Mauritania, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, is we don't have one concept. It's not that I go there and say, look, this is the concept, this is how you measure it, do it. It is nationally derived. So we work with the statisticians, with the policymakers, often it's the Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Social Affairs, who then ideally, in the best case scenario, works with the president to define what is to be measured. So there is not one concept that we favor or push forward. It's derived from the country itself, from within the country. But this is certainly an idea I will take home to Beirut, and we can discuss it further, how we can perhaps come up with that. Because one thing that my predecessors, Khalid Abu Ismail, he and Esquire and OFI developed an Arab MPI, which is sort of a moderate MPI because it looks at similar indicators and adds additional ones to the global MPI and sets slightly different cutoffs. Because the North African countries and many of the Middle Eastern countries, most of them are middle income countries. Some of them are higher middle income countries. So for them, the global MPI cutoffs didn't make sense. So an Arab-specific MPI was what many countries wanted and was developed by Esquire and OFI. And I can share that one later.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, state your name and your question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adam Muhammad Udul. I'm from Nigeria. My question goes to Prof. Jamo. The issue of universality of policy, we that came from mostly developing nations, where we have about 360 on the bank and on bank individual. Don't you think if we basically forgone targeted policy, we can be able to achieve what we want to achieve? Because our inequality is very high. If we said we are going to pursue a policy that is universal for all, because as it is, there are some kind of dimension that other people benefit more, especially the rich in that kind of region, which the poor are not gaining from it. Mostly in terms of maybe tax intensive for those that are into industrializations and the likes, and what have you. So what do you think we can be able to do from that end in order to achieve this issue of sustainability? And for Mr. Chris, issue of HDI and MPI, because the best such shortcoming for HDI, it neglects issue of poverty, because it's just access to education, healthcare, and issue of income, which is the Gini coefficient. So which is the best among these two to measure human development? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Prof. Jomo, would you like to answer the first question?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. I think the question of costs is something which is not, which needs to be calculated. Okay, there is no evidence that I know of, which is compelling evidence that targeting is low cost. The very act of targeting itself is costly, of effective targeting. Secondly, I think it's important to remember that in the process of targeting, you are subject to type 1 and type 2 errors. Errors of inclusion, of people who don't deserve to be included, as well as those errors of exclusion, those who deserve but are not included. So you create a lot of problems because of this, which undermines the very legitimacy of the very benefit itself. But I think the question of costs, and if you look, for example, at the most popular president of Mexico since the Second World War, it's the current president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. What did he do when he came in? You know, for a long time, the World Bank used to cite Oportunidades, the program of conditional cash transfers, as a great success story. What he basically did when he became president was to point out that this was in fact not true. And he basically got rid of the targeted program in favor of a non-targeted program. And as Chris probably knows as well, it's not even clear that conditional cash transfers are necessarily the best thing. In fact, in many societies, you actually find that cash may actually be problematic. In India, for example, there was a proposal to give conditional cash transfers, which the current government favors, because it is a way of basically giving out money. Okay? Whereas what has been found, and the vast majority of women actually prefer rail transfers of food and so on, because it is less subject to the vagaries of prices. And this, I think, is another important consideration. There are, of course, many considerations, other considerations which can be raised, but I think there is the ethical consideration, which I emphasized earlier, but also the questions of implementation, which is not costless, and the problems of exclusion and so on and so forth. The other point, if I may raise some controversy with some of my colleagues here, it's the whole question of, you know, why do we even bother with a universal multi-poverty, multi-dimensional index? Why do we need an index? Why do we need to measure everybody on some kind of universal scale? You know, about a few months ago, I defended the late Professor Unku Aziz, because many people used to laugh at his so-called Sarong Index. But if you really think about it, the Sarong Index was actually a fairly good indicator of how people, of the relatively, whether people were relatively well off in the society which he was writing about, the Malay society in the 1950s. And I think it's important also to recognize that in fact, the problems of measurement, you know, the whole question of human dignity is very fundamental. And I think from an Islamic point of view, the very act of depriving, of undermining that human dignity, I think is a hugely problematic. But let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll let Dr. Chris answer the question, and also Dr. Alizan, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you for the question. And just to add to the India problem on conditional cash transfers, I remember the discussions around it because for some time in around 2010, it was thought, oh, let us replicate what we have done in South America, where also the Brazilian program and others, these conditional cash transfers, they work so well, let us do this in India. But in rural India, when you do not have hospitals or education systems to begin with, you do not have the conditions for the conditional cash transfers. So you do not have the institutions and, as you said, the implementations process in place. So to blindly copy something that may have worked elsewhere was actually not possible, as I thought at that time. Now, and many South Indian states, actually Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they have universal programs, universal school feeding programs, and so on, and universal healthcare access. And yeah, I can go on and on because Amartya Sen basically showed in one of his major books with Jean Reyes that those states that implemented universal schooling systems and healthcare systems, they were not the richest like these southern ones, but they implemented these programs. They have done much better on the HDI and other indicators later on. So speaking of the HDI, there's no better or worse. It's just that they're very different indices. Now, why we need an index in the first place is something we can discuss later, maybe. The HDI is a composite index. That means you can take data from 3 different data sources, one on income, one on education, one on health, and you club them together using different sorts of means, and you have your HDI. Now, that has some issues in itself. At that time, when Mahbub-ul Haq and Amartya Sen developed it, it was the first and perhaps the best alternative to monetary poverty. Later on, we noticed that there are issues with it, with composite indicators and indices in general. The monotonicity theorem can be violated. Now, with the counting measure, this is like an MPI. This monotonicity problem is no longer there. So you're counting at the personal level. You're counting all deprivations at the individual level or household level. And if any indicator goes up, the index will go up. That is for sure. So that is the beauty of the whole MPI and the ICIEF method. Now, the major problem is that you need good data. You need one survey that gets you all of the indicators at the same time. Unless you can merge surveys by ID, but that's normally not possible. So there are pros and cons for each measure.
If I can weigh in on this, since I am from UNDP, I will say HDI is better. No. I think, again, Dr. Christopher already explained it, but a few things I would like to highlight here. First of all, again, a composite index, the uses are different. In terms of composite index, it's very useful to be looked at a macro level, to be benchmarking with other countries. But for example, MPI can be used for designing social systems programs, so on and so forth. So the uses are different. That's number one. Number two, as I said also within my intervention earlier, is that the idea is also to move around from that question, which is better, but the idea is to move to a dashboard of indicators that really reflect for a certain nation what are the important variables that you want to value and measure for that country. So I think this is the current thinking, is to have a dashboard approach to measuring well-being.
Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, I'll take 2 questions. I think the gentleman here at the front, and maybe someone here from the side, and the one at the back. Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much. Just again, to be controversial, a few issues. One is this index issues. Unfortunately, I'm culprit as well in that. But looking into this whole global indexing and bringing everyone to certain levels. One, of course, the whole value system, what these indices are based on, whose values are determining that. And Saron is a good example. Perhaps a Saron index here in Malaysia more meaningful than HDI in somewhere else. In other words, why do we want to bring everyone to Manhattan lifestyle that we are forcing? And this amazing quote I remember was saying that, you know, when we born, we are all different, but somehow when we die, we are all the same. Because we are forcing into this manufacturing people, producing same people all around the world. So the idea of the poverty and the idea of rescuing people with those indices bringing to certain level, the value issue is something that we have to be really concerned with. I know the technocracy, World Bank, United Nations has this global goodness idea, but at the end of the day, whose values are determining those is an important factor. I'm not saying only this because we are an Islamic finance program that Islam has different value set, but it relates to all over the world. And therefore, this universally imposing certain indices and to bring people to certain level is something that I'm really very concerned with. And as an extension of that, of course, with all these discussions that we have, including poverty alleviation, development, and etc., at the core of this story is the capital hegemony. And as long as this capital hegemony continues, the only thing that we are achieving, giving accessibility to people to have more capital, more financing, financial inclusion, and all those stories. And what brings that? And we never discussed that. We have been told that financial inclusion is an amazing story. And by doing that, and therefore we are told that people will have access to capital and therefore they will develop. But in the end, we are creating that terribly indebted man and woman on the street. And these are important questions that we have to bring to table. On the one hand, as a good Samaritan, we want to rescue people, but on the other hand, we are unfortunately opening the other channels and the avenues for perhaps further misery. So these are important issues. One, the capital domination. On the other hand, the value system is something that we have to be concerned with. Within this technocracy, we should not forget the importance of the value and also the domination of capital, something that I would love to hear colleagues with technocracy, but also from Professor Shoma, hopefully.
Thank you. I think we'll take one question from the back. Earlier, who had their hand raised for the question? Yeah.
I would like to, too loud. I'm an imam, that's why the microphones get scared from me. I would like to ask the question about virtues and customs and traditions in creating an index, what they call the urf in Arabic. And I do believe that also maybe the philosophy of wealth has to be considered in measuring, poverty and also giving, the culture of giving in changing the condition of people.
All right, thank you very much. So we have these two questions. Firstly, the values when we look at measuring some of these indices, and also how do we manage capital hegemony, and also inclusion of customs and traditions into some of these indices. Prof, would you like to start first?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to address a very important question raised about the whole question of financial inclusion. We have this view that financial inclusion is all necessarily for the better. But in fact, it is hugely problematic. My colleagues at the Khazanah Research Institute, for example, have been commenting on what has happened in terms of the financialization of Malaysian society and demonstrating that it's very mixed consequences. And so we have a situation in Malaysia where the average Malaysian, okay, and that's a huge generalization, owes about more than 80% of the income. amount of the debt is equivalent to about over 80%. It's gone up and down, and the central bank is the best people for us to measure this. But we are living in a world where interest rates are not being determined by our own societies. We are living in a world where interest rates are being determined by all kinds of extraneous circumstances. So if you look, for example, at what has happened in the recent period, Mr. Powell has come out, Mr. Powell, the chairman of the US Federal Reserve, has come out very explicitly to basically, to raise interest rates until, for the last 2 years. And that increase in interest rates has basically meant an exodus of capital to the US especially from developing countries. So the very countries which Martin Wolf was talking about, the poorest countries in the world, have basically seen complete, basically there's no more capital available to the poorest countries because of what has happened as a consequence of this interest rate change. Now, even if it was available, basically we are talking about much higher interest rates and real interest rates. Now, it's all very well for us to talk about, oh, let's have sukuk bonds and pretend that the sukuk bonds are basically, basically, let's face it, it is a great literature in Islam, in Islamic finance, about what are called hela, basically ruses to disguise interest. So in Malaysia, for example, in the northern states, there used to be things like jual janji and so on and so forth, which many people have shown, including the late Dr. Mughzani Abdul Rahim. He basically showed that in many ways, these arrangements disguising interest were more oppressive for the farmers concerned. And this is also shown in various other studies. So we have to be very, very wary about what we wish for. You can say all kinds of things, in the name of the people, in the name of helping the poor, and so on and so forth. In many ways, we often find ourselves in a situation where the conditions are actually becoming worse. So I really appreciate the raising this question, because I think it's very important for us to recognize that ostensibly Islamic solutions are part of the problem, and in some ways can be more onerous if we are not careful about these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chris.
Thank you. Thank you for the last question. And I have a few thoughts, because nothing against the UNDP and my fellow economists and panelists here. I just want to highlight again, and this leads me also back to the first question, why a counting-based index may be more useful than a composite index, or also more useful than a dashboard. I mean, now we have all the data, and we have big data, we have AI, we have whatnot. We have everything now. But if we just look at the big dashboard of indicators, we do not know, and this will be helpful for the PM and would be helpful for policymakers, whether those children who are malnourished, whether they are also not able to go to school, or are those, as he mentioned, are those sanitation facilities in the schools, are they working or not? So this is combining and this is overlapping different deprivations or different forms of development that we all want to achieve. So none of them is standing alone. So a dashboard would look at all the indicators separately, sometimes even for different years, for different regions and so on. But once we have a counting method, we know whether those kids that are attending school, whether they are malnourished, whether they have sanitation facilities in the schools, and whether they live in adequate housing. Now, why do we need this information? Well, it's only useful if this information is actually sought by the government. If the policymakers who can make programs need it, if they then coordinate their different policies, if they coordinate among the different ministries. And this is something we saw in Colombia, where the then President Santos actually used this index, their national MPI, not the global MPI or Arab MPI, but their national Colombian MPI, and he had a task force. And every now and then he sat with this task force, which were different ministers, and each minister was responsible for one dimension and the separate indicators. And then it was like a dashboard, but a dashboard based on this kind of MPI. And he used it for peace talks. And he used it to actually then find peace and with the guerrillas with the FARC guerrillas in the country. And he later on said that thanks to this new kind of measurement, he actually won the Nobel Peace Prize. So I'm not sure whether it's just Sabina feeding him these words, but it is something that he used at the time. So it's another thing that once the measurement is good, and I see the danger of having so many indices and so many ways of measuring life, but remembering the Bhutanese prime ministers that measures can be like eyes, so they can be helpful if they're well designed.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Alizan, final words.
Thank you. And again, I think every measurement, every index, it depends on its use. Some of it is used politically to push some political agendas. Some of it is used instrumentally for policy making. I think, as you say, MPI, for example, is quite useful in terms of social assistance programs designing and can be used instrumentally. While others are, for example, composite index, as I said, can be used for benchmarking. But I think you're absolutely right. Even when you have a dashboard, one, it should be limited. And secondly, I think within the dashboard as well, the thinking is most of it is accounting matrices as well. For example, there'll be a green economy framework, there'll be MPI, so on and so forth. So I think it's really challenging in terms of having the ability to be concise and at the same time be useful as well. And I think this is what is being grappled. And again, I think you're completely right that it depends on the demand itself by the policy makers. In terms of going back to whose values and incorporating values into this, I think, again, that's a very, very important consideration. I think for every country, there is a need, again, it has to balance the two. There is a need to benchmark, so we can benchmark ourselves against other countries to understand our progress, but at the same time, every nation will have to have its own national dialogue, as I said, to understand what values that the nation itself wants to bring. So in the context of Malaysia, the Prime Minister has promoted this Madani concept, and therefore I think Malaysia can come up with its own measurements and values. But then again, some components of it would be useful to be able to be benchmarked with other countries as well. But again, it has to be a national conversation. It has to be buy-in from all of society, and I think that process has to be there for it to be more acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this concludes our session today. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions. I would like to invite the audience to give a round of applause to our panelists. I think it was a very great session, very insightful, and I'd also like to thank the organizers for having us here today. It was truly an honor. So I hope you enjoyed the session and have a great rest of the day and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and our esteemed panelists. Please remain on stage as Prof. Aslam would like to take a photo with. All right, thank you very much, our esteemed panelists and the moderator. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12:38 p.m., which is also lunch o'clock. So that means lunch and Dhuhr break is now here. For those of you who are not aware, lunch will be served at the cafeteria at the ground level, which is one level up. And the surau or musalla will be at also one level up, just next to the staircase. with that, we will go for the lunch break, and we will resume with the second plenary session entitled Financing a Sustainable Humane Economy, or Human Economy, Moving Islamic Banking and Finance Forward at 2 p.m. here in the main auditorium. So once again, we will resume back here at 2 p.m. inshallah. Thank you. Have a great lunch. back. Please have a seat. We will begin momentarily, inshallah. Back everyone to the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance, ICIEF, organized by the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, and co-organized by the Ministry of Finance, Malaysia, and the International Association for Islamic Economics, IAIE. Welcome back to the second half of the first day of the event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may or may not know, the Islamic banking and finance sector has outpaced the growth of the global financial sector for some time, yet it still faces significant challenges in developing frameworks that would impact global socio-economic well-being. The question is now, should Islamic banking and finance play a more central role in shaping a humane or human economy, as Prof. Jomo mentioned earlier? Are emerging narratives like ESG, VBI sufficient for creating a more inclusive financial system? What are the roles of the government and other key stakeholders in achieving a just and unbiased monetary system? To address these issues and more, we have the second plenary session coming up, entitled Financing a Sustainable Humane Economy, Moving the Islamic Banking and Finance Forward. To take us through this session, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator for the second plenary session, Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Muhammad Azmi Omar, the President and CEO of ICIEF University. Dato, the floor is now yours.
I would like to call upon Tan Sri Dato Azman Mokhtar, the keynote speaker, as the chairman of the Malaysia International Islamic Finance Center Leadership Council. Next, I would like to call upon Tan Sri Daud Bakar, the executive chairman, Amani Group. Dato Muhammad Muazzam Muhammad, the Group CEO of Bank Islam, and Ms. Katia Daud Gonzalez from IFC. So for those who are here this morning, the session focuses on bringing beyond finance. I think looking at Islamic economics in general, in broad perspective, how do we then create a humane, sustainable economy? The topic is very important in the current context, as we see that the dissatisfaction with the current economic system, which focuses on profit maximization, the short-termism approach, the focus on maximize profit as much as possible without giving a concern to the other stakeholders, i.e. what we call human and nature. nature here, I mean as broad as possible, which includes not only environment, but also animal world. So what we need to do is to go beyond finance and to look at what is the broader objective of economic system, so that at the end of the day, we go beyond what was discussed in the first session, Anthropocene period, which means that individuals are destroying the environment and leaving the next generation with an environment and a situation which is unsustainable. So today, we have the first keynote speaker for this afternoon, who is Tan Sri Dato' Azman Mokhtar, who is the chairman of Malaysia International Islamic Finance Leadership Council. He'll be speaking on building on the shoulders, scaling the sustainability mountain, transitioning from halal to tayyib in Islamic finance towards a more sustainable and humane economy. So Tan Sri, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and blessings be upon you. First of all, let me start by saying Alhamdulillah, by His grace and blessing, we are gathered here today for the 15th ICIEF. Did I get that right? ICIEF. And a special word of thanks to the organizers, UIA, Ministry of Finance, Malaysia, Bank Negara Malaysia, and the International Association of Islamic Economics for the opportunity to say a few words. The topic of my keynote, so to speak, is I wanted to get this imagery out to you, to use the metaphor of building on the shoulders, because this is the 40th anniversary, roughly, at least in Malaysia, of the birth of Bank Islam, of which Datuk Muazzam is the current CEO. Some may say that history is 60 years, because in 1963, Lembaga Tabung Haji, the Pilgrims Fund, which is in Islamic Sharia compliant asset management, was formed. So we are building on the shoulders of what's been happening over the last 40 to 60 years, but we are at the stage where we need to scale the sustainability mountain, as I call it. So I just wanted to put that imagery out there, because, and with the subtext of transitioning from a halal Sharia compliant ecosystem, of which a lot has been done, and thank God that we've been able to do that. But the time has come that we need to move from not just halal, but halal and tayyib, as both a metaphor and the detailing of what it means to be not just in terms of form. This morning we heard the Prime Minister talking about a more fiqh-centric kind of a form, structure, to perhaps more substance and spirit of what we need to achieve. Prime Minister also spoke about the need for Islah, reform, through reform. And by God, the world, as we have heard from other speakers in the first plenary, is in dire need of all that. So ladies and gentlemen, I will start with some numbers. Always good to start with some numbers, especially after lunch. As we know, Muslims represent 24% of the world population, roughly 1.9 billion of about 8 billion, but only 9% of the world economy as measured by GDP. Of course, GDP is not everything, but GDP counts. And the distribution of the 57 OIC member countries, or about 29% of 195 nations of the world, also shows a very large divergence in terms of wealth, economic activity, resources, and other human development indicators between the 57 countries. Some are the richest, some are the poorest, and a few in between. Which then brings me to reflect that this large divergence perhaps should prompt us to reflect, for example, the famous verses in Surah Al-Hujarat. Many scholars here will know, 49th chapter of the Holy Quran, verse 13 reads, O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you into nations and tribes that you may know each other. Surely we should reflect that perhaps this is the riddle that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most wise, the most bountiful, wants us to consider that He, in His infinite bounty, could have made each nation and each tribe sufficient in itself in terms of economic factors, whether it's natural resources, human capital, technological capability, and so on. But in spreading these endowments throughout the Ummah and indeed all the world's nations, could be interpreted, at least my humble speculation, that it's actually a sacred call, a grand and divine design for us to work together, to help and complement each other between the rich and the needy, the surplus and the deficit, to exchange, to invest, to finance, to produce, to trade, in our good complementarity that we may attract the blessings of good exchange, inshallah. So the first point is really, it is a collective effort, as we have heard. Then we hear that Islamic finance today has been growing rapidly. I think some numbers flying around, 11% CAGR. Islamic financial assets, 4.5 trillion. We pat ourselves on the back, alhamdulillah. While this past 40 to 60 years, as you heard, lots of progress, but you should note that 4 trillion US dollars represents roughly about 1% of the stock of global financial assets. Okay, 1%, because to be honest, what is global financial assets is something that we need to debate exactly how the hell do you define this and how do you measure, but most reasonable estimates that I've seen is about 450 trillion US dollars. We can argue, well, we note that the definition of Islamic financial asset is arguably too narrow by this definition. Some 89% of that number, the 4.5 trillion, is Islamic banking assets and sukuk assets, i.e. more of the debt or credit-based assets in the spectrum of capital from debt to equity to philanthropic capital. And certainly the number, the denominator, the global stock of financial assets is certainly inflated, as we know, by a cocktail of conditions, some may say on steroids, including all this financialization, unnatural monetary policy, and all manner of so-called exotic and increasingly more complex instruments. So that's the second point I wanted to put across, so that we get a sense of perspective. But third, I don't need to talk too much because many others have spoken before this. The so-called poly-crisis, perma-crisis world, and so on and so forth. Whether many ways to cut this, I'm not going to add too much, just that the way I look at it, there's a planetary crisis, there's an economic crisis, and the symptoms are, as you have heard, whether it's climate change, environmental pollution, biodiversity, economic inequality, cost of living, jobless growth. But third, I would like to add to that and to recognize, like what Prof. Jomo and others have said, essentially the inhumanity crisis has so blatantly surfaced in the last months and indeed in the years before that, right? Wars, genocide, migration, modern slavery, mental health, and so on, right? And to recognize that behind every crisis, serious as they are actually symptoms of a root cause, and that Holy Quran and other scriptures say behind every crisis is actually a moral crisis. You and I know that. And it is in that regard and that alarming backdrop, the need for reform, the need to speak truth to power, and the need to actually go to the heart of things is something we need to do. But before I go down that road, I just wanted to highlight so that in platforms such as this, we need to maintain a sense of balance and not also understate the case that there's also been progress on many fronts, to be fair. Over the last, especially if you look at the whole issue of international development, we heard from the World Bank, the IFC is here with us, from UNDP and others. Certainly from the 1950s onward, there has been significant upliftment of billions out of poverty, of higher life expectancy, of literacy rates, and so on. In Malaysia, for example, alhamdulillah, by many economic development measures, such as eradication of hardcore poverty, life expectancy, infant mortality, there has been great strides achieved over the last 67 years as an independent nation. So I just want to pause slightly. My identity card, the Malaysians will know this, I see is 04. I was born in Malacca. robohnya kota Melaka. Melaka fell to the Portuguese in 1511. That's 612 years ago. So we've only been independent for, not unusual for a post-colonial experience, only maybe not more than 15%, 10, 12, 15% of the time. So it is not easy to make these changes. But in that time, in the 67 years, I think those numbers are there. Malaysia as a higher income or middle income, high middle income country. Alhamdulillah, we achieved a lot. Now, at the bedrock of this is a strong and stable financial system administered by key financial institutions, including the central agencies, the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning, the Central Bank, Bank Negara, SC, and the others of that system. I just should credit and highlight some numbers. Islamic banking and finance, in the 40 years since Bank Islam, and 60 years since Tabung Haji, today, some 45% of banking assets, or approximately 1 trillion ringgit, and some 64% of the capital markets, or approximately 2.3 trillion, are Sharia compliant. Alhamdulillah, so not too near. Now, the bigger picture in terms of trends in finance, we note that while there has been of late some pushback and reversals internationally on the ESG movement, the overall momentum of finance and business trends are by and large still anchored on the topic of sustainability and overall stakeholder and not just shareholder economy framework. This is good news because in this context, it is therefore especially opportune for Islamic finance and economics with, in theory at least, our ideal of social justice, the ethical core as our anchoring principles. The issue, of course, the challenge of how to convert that into practice. So in this regard, I just want to highlight within the overall theme of building on the shoulders and scaling the sustainability mountain, 5 transitions necessarily at this stage at a rather high level. And I'll try to wrap up this short keynote with some examples of what we are working on and what I've seen. So the 5 transitions, which I need to move in a more imaginative, bold, and indeed quantum fashion. In economics, as we've heard, we need to migrate from an axiom of a capital economy or a shareholder economy to a more stakeholder economy. Again, I know it's high level, but we will drill down. In finance, to return to a notion that finance is there to serve the real economy, which is then in turn to ultimately serve a better society. There is, as we know, much evidence that the reverse is the case today, the so-called financialization experience. Third, in business and investing, to ensure that businesses extract not only profits, but to move into an axiom of profits with purpose, or even better, to have profits through purpose. The business people in this room will know what I'm talking about. And for investing, to migrate to not just responsible investing, which is a lot of box ticking, but the continuum to more sustainable investing and ultimately impact investing. And then beyond that is actually the use of philanthropic capital, as you know. Further out, if we look at, in terms of transitions on climate action and environment, a lot has been covered. I won't go there. But the last one I wanted to concentrate a little bit is a transition on Islamic finance. As mentioned, a lot has been achieved, but we know and we can feel that all the progress was actually just the start. And mitigating circumstances of darurah, as well as, of course, we need to undertake a bolder conception of the principles of maslahah or public interest. In my language, we are working with the concept of moving from not just halal, which is very important, we must have that halal framework and base, but to move to not just halal, but halal and tayyib. What this tayyib means is really pushing the boundaries to be more accessible, to be more such that the financial instruments are more equity and charity-based, to be more inclusive, and to be more innovative. In that regard, there are some tailwinds, and in interest of time, I won't cover them all, but there are 3 broad tailwinds, headwinds rather. There's strong tailwinds that I tried to describe: the need for change, the time for change, the instruments that we have. The headwinds, I tried to term this in terms of 3 greens, if I may. The first green you heard a lot about, greenwashing. This is the ESG movement that's been facing a lot of greenwashing. It is commendable. The UN started with the SDG, became the ESG. The problem, Dr. Azmi, there's a lot of MSG now. Sorry, that joke I always use, many of you heard that many times. The fact that people laugh is because I think it resonates, right? Then I want to relate that to Islamic finance. What is MSG? Of course, it's mono, whatever lah, sodium ni. But it also can mean, as you know, in Islamic finance, one of the things that we cannot have is ambiguity or gharar. Tan Sri Daud is here, of course. So if you remove the gharar from the MSG, what do you get? You get the MS. What is MS? In this case, Maqasid al-Shari'ah. Remember that. That's the difference, okay? But the second green, the second risky green I want to highlight is, we're not talking politics, I don't want to talk about the green flagging. What is green flagging? This is a term I coined to refer to excessive labeling of products to be Islamic this and Islamic that. You and I know what we're talking about. Bukan tak boleh, boleh, you can, but you must obviously be proportionate. Think about it's not just our product, we are also representing the whole industry, right? So you must be very careful because the skepticism, when I talk to cab drivers in Kuala Lumpur or in Karachi, or Dhaka actually, or London, people on the streets are somewhat skeptical. There's too much green flagging. Is this really Islamic? What is the difference? So we as an industry, we should take this as a challenge, obviously. But the third green, I propose a separate conference on this altogether, too long. I call it green spending. So far, Mr. Greenspan has not suited me. But this is really the very unnatural monetary policy, the so-called green spend put, which became the Bernanke put, became the Fed put. Still happening. 25 years, 30 years later, this is the aquarium that all financial systems are operating in. And this problem of the commons is a very serious one, actually. But again, whether the world is moving to a different stage with possible de-dollarization and so on, that's another completely separate. But I just wanted to highlight those 3 greens. These are the headwinds as I see it. You got to cross this in order to scale this mountain. So let me end with all this stuff are theoretical unless we can actually put some of this into practice. So this list, I will try and read as best. It's not comprehensive, but it's perhaps indicative of ways that we can do better in terms of the proof of the pudding is in the practice of making all that nice theory and come true. I'm actually a practitioner. I ran our sovereign fund, Khazanah, for 14 years, and so on and so forth. So my instinct is always practice, 3 feet level. So in this regard, the first one is to think how that 4.5 trillion of assets, as I said, about 89% of that are more skewed towards murabaha financing, towards debt structures, etc. So we need more equity-based structures and vehicles, right? So in this regard, for example, Central Bank has come up with the investment account platform, which needs to be scaled up, actually. There are issues, both regulatory and capital, Basel and so on and so forth, but I think we can navigate this, and we have to do this together. Islamic social finance. Dr. Azmi, of course, is a pioneer in this area. Levers such as wakaf, zakat, sadaqah, and related forms of philanthropic capital do not just address the needy asnaf, but also build capacity for the needy. So one example is a project that ICIEF is working together with Lembaga Zakat Negeri Kedah. This is the zakat authority in the state of Kedah. It's also the rice bowl state, Jelapang Padi, up north. So far, alhamdulillah, while still early, we are turning some of the farmers from zakat recipients to zakat payers. Surely this is high impact, whatever we want to call it, and so on, right? Third, one of the wonders of finance actually is good and bad, is the ability to do financial engineering of the good type, hopefully. You can slice and dice and do blended finance. So in the case, again, all credit to Bank Negara and associated agencies. They have created a platform called iTekad, as you know, and this was started during the COVID pandemic, where you can, among other things, bring the power of finance and blend it and empower from different capital sources, including zakat, qard hasan, grants, and indeed risk capital. And then you use that platform to, once you convene, to empower people, because it's not just the money, it's the training and the hand-holding. I think this has great potential, although it's only 40, 50 million right now. I hope we need to do this together at 40, 50 billion. Barulah berbaloi orang kata. I think we need to go to that level of scale. Number 4, social impact sukuk. I won't elaborate. You know, the sukuk is as good as the structure is one thing, but how you actually use it. In 2017, I was lucky enough, the first sukuk ihsan for education. I believe we worked dengan Tan Sri Daud, Tan Sri, at that time, and with many of you in this room. Surely we can solve our existing issues around sustainability, inequality, pasar malam, economy, dan lain-lain. Guna ni. Number 5, with the Islamic world, as we know, there are many sovereign wealth funds in many resource-rich Islamic countries. We should empower, and this is the experience I tried to do, where Khazanah was known as not just a sovereign wealth fund, but as a sovereign development fund, which essentially has 3 keys: make money, financial, economic, that means create strategic economic outcomes, but also contribute back to society. Khazanah Research Institute is one of them. Sorry, I'm teasing Dr. Soraya. And so on. So digital banks. So maybe I'll stop there in the interest of time, but there are other examples. This little speech should be available, in full form if you're interested. So in conclusion, to scale the sustainability mountain, we have to start with building on the shoulders of those who have gone past before. It is not binary. In fact, we can only build for the next stage based on what has been put in place. Remember, this journey is a long one. The world is, in many ways, post-colonialism, you could argue, has become neo-colonialism in some cases. We must break out of that. I think there are many ways to do that. So, but we need to go back to the core. And I remind myself in talking to other audiences, during COP28, for example, I was asked to compare and contrast between Adam Smith and Ibn Khaldun on what they would have said on sustainability. This was at the DIFC. So I said that, even in the secular Western canon, before Professor Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, he had written an earlier piece called The Theory of Moral Sentiments, where he said that to restrain our selfish and to indulge our benevolent affections constitutes the perfection of human nature. So in other words, he always located the morality, or rather the economy, to be within this thing called the moral economy. But lest we forget to think of another shift, another transition. It is not just to go back to the notion of Adam Smith, not as a prophet of unbridled and wanton capitalism, but Smith as a thoughtful moral philosopher. But beyond that, if anything, to not just go back to Adam Smith, but to go back to Adam himself, which is, of course, the first man, to the fitrah of our common forefather. In Islam, the chain of prophets are bookended by Adam alayhi salam and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as the last and sealer prophet. And the message of all the prophets were all ultimately the same: to guide and locate human beings correctly in our relationship with our Creator, but also our relationship with each other, and as reliable stewards for the environment and other species. The Quran narrates that this heavy trust, or amanah, was of course offered, another mountain metaphor was offered to all of creation, the heavens and the earth and the mountains, including, but they all said no, save, but our forefathers perhaps foolishly and somewhat recklessly accepted the challenge as vicegerents. But Allah Ta'ala is also, of course, Ar-Rahman, the most merciful, and in His infinite mercy, He's also granted us the tools and the free will. Indeed, another mountain metaphor, as we know, in the Juz Amma, towards the end, Suratul Balad, ayat 11 to 17, where it talks about you must attempt the noble ascent to feed the poor, the needy, the hungry, the destitute. This is what finance and economics is supposed to do, lest we forget. So ladies and gentlemen, it is on that score that I end this talk, that this is ultimately, hopefully not a talk piece and a theoretical piece. There's many work being done, as you heard on Bank Negara, on the Securities Commission, the MIFC Leadership Council, to bring the next stage of the journey, and we need to work with our partners, the whole civilizational approach and conception of society that is ultimately based on both the ideals of justice, al-adil, and on excellence and humanity, al-ihsan. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a call to action, this is a worthwhile action, ascent, and may we scale the sustainability mountain together in order to fulfill the sacred trust, inshallah. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Tan Sri. What Tan Sri has mentioned earlier on resonates with what the Prime Minister mentioned earlier on. Prime Minister quoted the late Najatullah Sadiqi that finance so far, Islamic finance, has not really achieved its objective. Finance should not just be a mere financial intermediation, but it has to fulfill its raison d'etre, particularly Islamic economics and finance. So the question today, or the discussion this afternoon, would be to ask a Sharia advisor who has been with the industry for many, many years, almost like 4 decades, who is not only, which is unique, not only a Sharia advisor, but also an entrepreneur, businessman, as well as authors of several books on Islamic finance. Let me begin by asking him a question, because I want to relate back to Tan Sri Daud Bakar's book on Maqasid al-Sharia. No, does it mean that you are frustrated with Islamic finance, therefore that you wrote the Maqasid al-Sharia book, or you are happy and then it's just another book that you want to publish? Tan Sri Daud.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa bihi nasta'in. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor Emeritus, Datuk Dr. Chairman, the moderator of the session, my great esteemed panelists, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good afternoon. First and foremost, before I venture into that difficult question, allow me to put on record my appreciation from the bottom of my heart for all the organizers, collaborators, and sponsors for having me in this event, particularly on this, in this session, on the stage, together with other esteemed panelists, to unlock, perhaps trying to unlock some of the untold story or unhidden issues, problems that we have been facing in the past. Perhaps in the past, we have been working very hard to sharpen the needle. By right, we have to work hard to sharpen the knife and the axe instead of the needle. Perhaps in the past, we have been trying to kill the mosquito with cannon, and that's why we are very much everywhere. I mean, this has been the tendency of human when we are having some problem. We try to grab whatever we could and try to blame many other people, stakeholders, and that will continue because this is the nature of human being. By right, when we are faced with problem, with a pinpoint in our society, we have to describe what are the pain points of each and every problem, social, economics, the issue of debt and equity. Very much we have not been able to resolve. Tan Sri mentioned just now that we are not that happy with the debt hegemony over the equity-based products. But we have not even looked why the cost of equity has been very expensive since 17th century until now. Because the cost of debt has been made cheaper by the bank. Perhaps Dr. Muazzam can comment on that later on. This is very much philosophical. Without resolving the issue of cost of capital, equity, vis-a-vis debt, we cannot solve the issue of debt and equity because by right, people are more motivated to take debt because debt is much cheaper in the range of 4, 5, 6, 7% compared to equity, easily can go to 20 to 30% as a cost of people who have the money, for them to put the money as equity, they expect to be rewarded up to 30%. which is not being discussed in many classrooms, in many conference seminars. But we are trying to kill the mosquito with the cannon all the time. So this is something that, from that perspective, I wanted to bring back perhaps the balance in our discussion. The Maqasid al-Sharia book is a very small contribution in addition to many other books on the same topic produced by the other great scholars of the world. But perhaps coming from someone who has been in the business for the last almost 27 years, I'm also an entrepreneur. Many policymakers, they are not entrepreneurs. So they have not seen the real pain in the society, the real pain in the factory, in the value chain, financing and whatnot. I have to say this openly. I was academics, I was Sharia scholar, I was policymaker to some extent. I was also an entrepreneur dealing with the real SME issues on the ground. The overdraft, the default payment, restructuring. We can talk about restructuring. This cannot be done, this cannot be done. But we are away from the real pinpoint in the society to develop the economics, the entrepreneurial society that can bring the food to the table, create the employment to the people. So the Maqasid book, Professor Dr. Azmi is very much trying to bring back the right balance. I don't want to go into detail. Some of the conclusions I have attempted, I cannot say conclusively that there's no difference, there cannot be differential treatment between debt and equity. From the Maqasid point of view, from the textual evidences point of view, the Quran, the Wahyu, the revelation never, ever put any preference to either. It's up to the fact of the case, to the community. They call it risk and reward appetite in the society. And risk and reward, you have been told in the classroom, everyone has gone through that kind of 101 lecture. In my Maqasid as well, I was trying to impress on the reader that at the end of the day, Maqasid is always changing in nature. We thought that Maqasid are permanent, as good as the Wahyu. What is permanent is Wahyu, the revelation, the textual evidences, but the output, the outcome of the Maqasid are always changeable, variable, dynamic in nature. And as you know, why Maqasid at the end of the day? Because scholars were trying their best to organize the best 5 Maqasid, but these 5 are not limited to 5. If Maqasid are only limited to 5 Maqasid, that will make Sharia and our religion very naive. It cannot compete with the robustness of the world thematic worldview at the moment. So we need to find more messages in the Quran. In my book, Alhamdulillah, I managed to bring about almost, I mentioned about 30 Maqasid, which need the second book to elaborate further. The third point, I will end at that level, Dr. Azmi, to give more time for the panelists and the floor. Maqasid is not something emotional. I like this one, I call it Maqasid. I don't like this one, I don't call it Maqasid. I will put all the argument to say this is again Maqasid, this is again Maslahah. Or if I like it, I prefer it to be in my vocabulary of understanding, I try to find the way to make it Maqasid or other way around. This is not right at all. Maqasid is always driven by data and the facts of the case, by what they call the Ash-Shatibi and the rest, al-Istiqra, the empirical research. Al-Istiqra could be juz'i, could be kulli, could be partial, could be kulli, could be comprehensive and coherent enough. And that lead to the modern world of AI and big data, which I have put some portion of them into the book. At the end of the day, anyone can claim Maqasid, but I tried, Dr. Azmi, in my book to say, yes, welcome, ahlan wa sahlan, you are welcome to say the Maqasid, but prove it to me mathematically, this is Maqasid. What is the denominator, the basis of that this is Maqasid, it is not. In my book, I have put the formula, of certain formula, mathematical formula, Tansri, just to quantify a bit. Otherwise, it can be used as a cannon again. A cannon is very dangerous in fighting. We have to be specific in our battle in our war. Otherwise, we are everywhere, and I will stop at that juncture. I hope this statement can create more issue than create more answer at the end of the day. This is the job of the conference, right? Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. This is just the first round. We will have another brutal question to him later on. Now, I mean, what Tan mentioned earlier on is about using Maqasid, because we always use Maqasid for the purpose of going beyond FIC compliance. We say that yes, Islamic finance should go beyond FIC compliance and therefore uses Maqasid. That's the reason why I asked Tan to open up on the perspective of Maqasid. Now, we have a banker here who has been with the industry for many years, and he is taking Maqasid and implement within his own banking group. So I have a question here to Dr. Muazzam. I mean, if you look at the Bank Islam particularly, which is now 40 years old, how do you then take Maqasid and implement it within the context of the Sustainable Development Goals for your bank? And how does it relate in terms of the beneficiaries, whether you have really supported the groups that was mentioned earlier on by the Prime Minister, people who are very poor, the hardcore poor, and then the other groups within the Malaysian society. Please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Azmi, and also panelists. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I know that it is a great effort to stay awake immediately after lunch, but thank you for staying awake and being alert for all of us. Now, being in this kind of conference is always a difficult position for me, especially when we have rooms full of academicians, people who understand the concepts and all that, where my role or our role, some of us in this room, is to be able to show how we can do it in practice, knowing full well of the kind of environment and kind of situation and rules and regulations that we've got to operate from. However, there was a realization that we had among us industry practitioners, because as Tan Sri Azman mentioned that Islamic financial institutions, formally, probably in Malaysia, has been there for 60 years from the setting up of Tabung Haji. Then we have Islamic banks 40 years ago. And after that, we've got Islamic capital markets. But at the end of the day, in terms of the form, how it was set up, I mean, I would have to admit that it looks at what is the existing form that we have over there, and to make sure that it is Sharia compliant. But we also understand the needs of why it was there in the first place, which is to serve the needs of our community. And of course, the realization is that Islamic financial institutions, especially Islamic banks like us, what's important is for us not to just operate in compliance to Sharia requirements, but also what is it, what's the purpose for its being. So that's important. So that realization has caused us within the Islamic banking industry to come up with this concept or strategy, what we call it as value-based intermediation. Now, I know this is something that has been mentioned, but I would like to stress again why it is significant. Because it is meant to be a mindset shift for all of us. So instead of looking at the form, we look at how then we now can enable and can help support the society. It shifts our focus to, instead of being very, very product and form focused, to being problem identification and finding for solution. So that is what it has created. And being that for us, quoting ourselves as an example, because that's what I know the best, I cannot talk about other institutions. Taking that, we took a step back and to say that if these are the expectations of Islamic financial institutions by our stakeholders, by the public, then what do we do about it? How do we serve that? And when we look at the kind of construct that we have, if you look at from the perspective of traditional banks, be it conventional or Islamic, we realize that one way for us to be able to serve that purpose better is if we can enlarge the type of funding that we get. Now, if you realize that existing conventional, traditional bank, I would say, be it Islamic or conventional, they are merely funded mainly by deposits. And deposits by nature, because at the end of the day, banks are intermediaries, orang tengah. We are just managing other people's money. Banks do not have money. But when the funding comes in from the perspective of that is a money that people put in, they want guarantee, they want to make sure that they get return and the money is never eroded at any point in time, immediately the way how you can use that money would be limited in a way. And that manifests in the form of financing or the way how the bank then can expend that money. Yeah, because the bank, traditional bank, when it's funded in traditional way, is bound by that. So for us, we say that fine, it means that for us to solve this, we need to redo the model for Islamic banks. Now, under Islamic Financial Services Act, we have investment account. But initially, when we operationalize it, it was still based on the same sources of capital. But we know that in order to diversify, we need to be able to tap different types of capital. So that's the reason why we say that the other way for us to be able to do this better is to tap into philanthropic capital, to tap into other sources such as sadaqah or wakaf, and we use the examples that you have clearly articulated. How do we intermediate this? And what we have done is that we have set up our sadaqah house, which is meant to be able to solicit and raise funding from different sources other than deposits. And with that, we are able to come up with products, whether is it on card basis or it is on mudarabah basis, but product that is suitable for us to be able to even provide financing to really, really small micro entrepreneurs. That before we do that, due to risk and return considerations and all that, no banks were able to serve them. And these are considered as the credit underserved. But with that, we are able to do that, and Tan Sri Azman did mention an example of IT card because that was the realization of what happened, and we are able to do that. And so far, there has been our approach to make sure that we are able to innovate so that we can serve the purpose of the society. Obviously, there's a lot more other issues that can be solved, but we believe that using a mechanism whereby we are able to blend that capital will open up a lot more opportunities for product innovation. I mean, in terms of the form, that's one thing, but we also ensure that the community that requires support, requires funding for them to elevate their economic well-being, financial well-being, they're able to tap into capital in not so expensive, or rather in a very economic manner that is suitable for where they are, and we are enabled to elevate their status to the point that they can go to the mainstream banking after that. So that has been the journey that we have embarked, and part of it has been well documented in the form of the IT card program that we've got. There's a few levels already that we have worked on, and it's meant to elevate all these small businesses so that they can become a bankable kind of businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in essence, what Bank Islam is doing is using blended finance, a combination of philanthropy plus the commercial funds, including zakat and wakaf, to achieve the value-based intermediation, which means that the longer objective of the Sustainable Development Goals, or if we want to use the Islamic finance lens, the Maqasid al-Sharia objective. Now we go from VBI into Sustainable Development Goals. We have the SDGs, the 17 goals to be achieved by 2030. But one of the challenges is to have funding for Sustainable Development Goals. Basically, to have different kinds of fund to fund the SDGs. And we have IFC here, Katia, who is the Senior Investment Advisor, specialist for the market within this region, based in Singapore. So what do you think in terms of the challenges of the sustainable finance as we move forward to achieve SDGs? Particularly, maybe you can look within Southeast Asia, and if you can zero in into Malaysia, that would be much better.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I wanted to thank everyone for having us here today and for welcoming me to the panel. So I think I just quickly maybe touch on, IFC's experience in sustainable investment, and then I'll come to your answer. So, basically, IFC has been, is a member of the World Bank Group, and we have been the largest global development institution focused exclusively on the private sector. We've been doing this for about 60 years as well. And we've just re-engaged in Malaysia very recently. And our focus on Malaysia is really to enhance productivity through innovation, digitalization, and facilitating inclusive and resilient recovery, and to accelerate the country's response to climate and nature-related risks. So that's really been the focus, and comes back to the Sustainable Development Goals as well. And we really do want to improve our cooperation and the ability to develop our relationship with Malaysia. So I wanted to start with that, just to make sure. So IFC has been, in a sense, a pioneer in the sustainable finance field. Because of our global footprint and our sort of global knowledge, we started through investing to support private sector invest in emerging markets to overcome, challenges like poverty and inequality. And very quickly we came to realize that we needed specialized tools to deal with that. Back in 2003, we collaborated with a lot of our partner banks in developing the Equator Principles, which today are adopted worldwide and pretty much adopted in about 80% of project finance deals that are done in the world came from the Equator Principles. Post that, we realized that though the Equator Principles are important, we also needed a little bit more than that. And this is where IFC developed our own performance standards. And the performance standards really are a set of guidelines that our clients and partners are advised on to ensure the sustainability of the project. So sustainability here is a complicated word, I think. What we mean by sustainability and what's meant by sustainability today may be slightly different, but our performance standards really look across the board on impact on social, environment, labor practices, religious impact of our investments, and really taking all those aspects into each one of our investments to really, I think, coming to what your topic is, sustainable humane economy. So when financing is not just about, giving credit or investing in equity and getting the return for that, but it really looking beyond what it is that our investment is doing, what is the impact that it's having, and how we can really enhance the impact and return for the communities where the investment is taking place, and to sort of how our partners and clients go beyond simple, business as usual and look further. So maybe jumping to what you asked me, which is some of the challenges. Better access to finance is probably the first one. I'll touch that. And why do I say better access to finance? Because it's still a lot of underserved communities struggle to access finance. And for that, we really do need a collaboration between, the governments, the private sector, and the nonprofits to create supportive policies and systems for that to happen. in particular, when we're talking these days about climate change, about the impact that this is having on a lot of the economies, we need regulation that will enforce responsibility on investors, that will encourage them also to invest in a responsible manner. We also need standards in harmonizing what we call green taxonomies, which is sort of the criteria and methodology to measure what is green. I think, we talked about greenwashing earlier and so on. This is really coming up more and more. So what are the standards? What is really green and what isn't? So this really needs to be defined. I think there's a lot of work happening, but it's still a lot of independent work happening. And each country is doing their own framework, which is fine. But over time, I think we need to come to a sort of more global framework on that. Also, innovation in financial products. Products that really support these sustainability goals, things like green bonds or sustainability-linked bonds or ESG-focused investment funds really are crucial for channeling capital towards sustainable projects, because sustainability often brings project to a sort of marginally bankable area. It's not just about returns. When you have this added cost of the social aspect of a project, returns, like the traditional returns, are lowered. So how do you support that? You mentioned blended finance. You mentioned sort of funding. So this is, I think, one of the areas that we need to do more on in terms of where do we leverage this capital. We say that today in private equity and capital, there's over 300 trillion US dollars of money out there. So how do we bring, even if it's just a fraction of that, into this space to help support that? And then I think the last one I'll mention is greening of domestic financial sectors through local capacity and capital market development. Again, one of the things I think is important is to really bring training, because a lot of the impact tends to be on emerging markets. Although a lot of the polluting and the sort of carbonization challenges can be on the higher productive economies, the impact is most strongly felt on the emerging markets. So how do we then help local governments, local entrepreneurs, local entities to deal with that, to be prepared for that? So I think I would stop there. Those would be the challenges that I would see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 26 minutes to go. Now I have the dilemma whether to go for second round or to open up for question and answer. I'm sure all of you are, waiting and eagerly wanting to ask question if we open up. So I believe, again, because Tansley is my boss, I have to follow him. So he said that, giving the gesture that we should open up to the floor for questions. And now I would like to open to the floor. Can you just raise up your hand, identify yourself, and then you can ask question to a specific panel member or to the whole, the four speakers here. So can I get the first one? Professor Kabir, and then maybe I can get, okay? I just want to see first, any other hands? Show of hands, second and third, okay, fine. So we get this middle section first. So, Prof. Kabir.
Thank you. It was very wonderful deliberation by each of you. I want to direct my question to Professor Daud Bakar. You are right, actually. This debt or equity, which combination is going to use, and they are ultimately cost. But it is also true, and from academic study all over the world, that the main determinant factor is moral hazard. The cost of equity is higher than cost of debt because of this factor. So any society that you go, you have to deal with this thing. It is not true, however, historical document shows that when an economy or regime has been mostly equity financed, has grown faster than debt-based. So you're also right. You know, the society level of development is going to determine which form or combination of debt equity is going to be used. But at the same time, it is also true, the way the financialization is happening is at both ways, through Islamic bank from conventional way. Now, don't you have, as the leader, moral scopus of a society, to steer the society so that we can reduce the moral hazard part of banking operation or financial operation so that it move towards more equitable or risk-sharing finance? Thank you.
Yes, okay, Tan Sri. Rather than me asking questions just now, so he's asking on my behalf, that question.
Thank you, Prof. As always, happy and grateful to hear your voice with high frequency of thinking process. It is a very tough question, and you are well-known economist of the world. I'm not. I'm just a Sharia scholar looking into the product formalities and what I can be inspired by Ibn Taymiyyah, the Shaltibi and whatnot, when they talk about the issue of musaqah, mudarabah, and ijara for the plantation land during the old economy of Syria. Most of the scholars prefer debt over equity because it's less of moral hazard. You can refer to the fatwa of Ibn Taymiyyah and many other great scholars in the 7th and 8th century of Hijrah. Nowadays, I think, if I can appeal to you and all the audience, perhaps we can pause for a while, P-A-U-S-E. Perhaps we can put aside the debt and equity battle for a while and try to think, like Prof. Tan Sri Azman mentioned, about blended or our own way of doing things. Because the moment, or as long as we are talking about this issue as two enemies, we are in trouble. In my book, my limited knowledge, Maqasid, and the other book, Theory of Risk and Risk Sharing, what is more important is to use every dollar, every single, every rupee, every rupiah that we have in productive area, be it debt or equity. This is my level of knowledge. I'm not someone like you who can predict the future of cost of capital. At the moment, without any showing of the hand, most of our Islamic banking assets are in property sector. Personal financing and car financing, not in productive area. In some of the Muslim countries, which are good in Islamic banking finance, 40% of deposit, if not more, goes to government bond to be invested and not back to the society. This is the flaw, not equity, not debt, the way we use every single cent of deposit to the productive area. In Malaysia, come back to Malaysia, we are doing property more than anything else compared to the trade financing and SME financing. This is the data that we need to look on. And I would like to end my intervention. I think I like the topic of sustainable human economy, because as we discuss over and over, we focus on SDG more than enough. For me, beyond the dosage. We have to go back to focusing on human himself, because the environment important, the green important, the social important, but human is the core pillars of this planet. So we have to come back and to create our SDG human version, not planet version. And this is what Ibn Taymiyyah, again, I'm quoting my Shaltibi, Al-Ghazali, the other great scholars of Maqasid, they were saying al-Maqasid Maqsidan, or Maqsad Maqsidan. Two types of Maqsad. Maqsad, the objective, al-Maqsad li-Shari' wal-Maqsad lil-Ibad. What is more important, al-Ibad? Allah said in many of the Quranic verses, what is more important is to give preference to the protection of human beings. So perhaps my call, I could be wrong. SDG is very important, but we need to think. Nowadays, perhaps animal welfare is more important than human. Green is more than the human. The green environment sometimes more important than the green, the al-hubub, the food environment that we need to sustain our economy. So this is my my 2 cents of comment. Not everything is correct to be adopted 100%. We need to have our own data, our own courage to be distinguished, to be different, to solve our own problem. I cannot answer your question, Prof, but I would say that you are open something new. We have to look fresh, not to be tied to the old debate of equity and debt. Both are the creation of human being, and both can be changed at any point in time based on the current need of the society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, Dr. Daud. Next question, yes, the gentleman there.
Thank you very much. My name is Scott Jordan. I'm with the Center for Post-Normal Policy and Future Studies. And I wanted to actually build off of what Prof. Daud was talking about. There is this fanatical religious devotion to SDGs. And I'm sorry to say SDGs were not made with the welfare of Malaysia in mind, or with the welfare of any of the quote-unquote developing nations in mind. And so I think we do need to have that dialogue. Because the big issue I kind of want to pose to all of the panelists is this issue of complexity. I think you might all agree with me that we're dealing with increasing complexity and things are always kind of getting more and more complex. And the issue we run into with some of our regulations and some of the targets we're aiming for is that we're trying to simplify complexity, which theoretically you can't do. And if you attempt to do it, it's very recklessly dangerous. And so I'm wondering, how do we get to the humane economy? How do we prevent the sustainable economy from undoing the humane or the human economy? Thinking out loud, maybe there's something in Makkah because I like the conversation we're having in that angle. But how can we keep complexity at the front of our minds? How can we work in a complex world and attain this sort of, as Dr. Siri had said earlier, this notion of sustainable humane economy for the future? How do we get to that?
Okay, thank you. Anyone here? I know Tan Sri is waiting to answer that question. Okay. Maybe Tan Sri Azman?
I will try, because if it's about SDG and complexity, it's complex. But maybe not to add to the debt equity debate, I just want to bring a third element in there, which is basically the spectrum of capital: debt, equity, and charity, right? As we know, the Islamic and also other traditions, you have that full spectrum. Philanthropic capital, I would argue, not just in Islamic history, many other traditions has always been part of that. But the moment you bring that third element, then suddenly you see the spectrum changes, number one. Number two, and I'll come back to the SDG, because this is very, what do you call it, base, axiomatic. Okay, now I'm a financial guy, right, investment. My confession is I was a former investment banker, although I was, investment research, that's in my defense. Sorry, against any bankers in the room. No, there is a function. I do believe in debt, but I do believe in proportion. Now, at the heart of investment is this formula called the capital asset pricing model. How many in this room know CAPM? We all do CAPM, right? Whether you're Islamic or Islamic. I had to Google, it's been a while. As you know, it's risk-free plus beta into, in bracket, risk market minus risk-free, which is basically equity risk premium. So that formula essentially already from day one, because of the equity risk premium, is always higher than debt per se, especially unless you're like very low beta, 0.5 beta again. But as you know, beta is not low because of the unnatural policy. Things are volatile. The financial markets are volatile because of money creation, among other things. So structurally it's really like that. Then you take CAPM and you apply capital structure. That's one of the points of CAPM. How much debt and how much equity. Your optimal capital structure, remember? You draw all that graphs. This is your efficient frontier of your capital structure and so on. Now, to do that, actually, debt has an advantage over equity in the current system. It shouldn't be. The playing field is not level. As you know, when you pay debt, the interest payment is tax deductible. So when it's tax deductible, immediately has an advantage over equity distribution, which is dividends. So I sat on some Davos punya task force looking at this. They all like, wow, actually we should level play. Nothing happened lah. Sorry to say. But actually, if you think about that axiomatic, it means basically load up on debt as much as you can, because as long as you get this so-called tax shield, it is advantageous. Therefore, your cost of capital is lower. It also means that in this system, paying tax is bad. That's why Warren Buffett, by his own admission, not mine, his secretary pays more tax than him. Macam mana, you know? So this is the inversion of the system. So therefore, the dilemma, which I can appreciate, Tan Sri Dawud kata, of the entrepreneur on the ground, the guy is trying to survive. Don't talk about all these big theories, right? And the debt, cost of debt is indeed cheaper than the cost of equity in many cases. On top of that, you got a certain type of equity. They're basically vulture capital. They're not venture capital. They will demand this and that, gila-gila punya dilution, etc. kan. Tapi orang macam ni, this kind of people, you put in what is not the fault of the instrument necessarily, is a person lah in this case kan. So we shouldn't confuse the argument. So the point I'm making is this axioms got to change. Tan Sri Andrew Sheng, who sits on my MIC council, very eloquent thinker and speaker, he talks about rose over rope. You know what is rose? Return on social equity as opposed to return on private equity. So the moment you measure your return, not by, so why must you demand a 20% return on equity? Why must you demand 10% for that matter? Many, those who observe Sharia principles and other traditions, forego higher returns because they feel this is ethically not right. So there is a value for social equity and ethics, right? But I do accept that at a certain level, businesses got to survive. So we need to understand the ability to tranche the market and create interventions to address both. To address both. But ultimately, a nation, a household, or a company, too much debt is going to be bad. We know this. There is such a thing as debt sclerosis. You tak boleh function. I think a lot of the studies say debt to GDP of 100% or something of that order, like economists will tell. Generally, you display that countries cannot grow because a lot of time you're paying off debt. And debt service. You can transport that to households and you can transport to. So finding that balance, but also understanding the world is not perfect. I accept that. And therefore, this room, we got to come up together and understand that, debate this, and then we come up with new at the 3 feet level. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll get Katya to comment, then later on the others.
Well, at the end, it kind of came back to exactly what I wanted to say, but just maybe putting it in my own words. It's a complex issue, as you say, and you sort of always divided between, is there a simple solution or is it a complex solution? I think complex issues really do need solutions from every side. And here I think it really bringing in the different motivations. Yes, private entrepreneur needs to make returns. He can't stay in business if he doesn't do it. So who else is there that can bring solutions? And I think this is the role of institutions, for example, like development institutions like ourselves, IFC, the development, there's the ADB, and there's a number of other development institutions out there that really do come at that point of between return and benefit, and where do you find to balance out what private sector needs to do to stay in business. And there's also obviously the government that is our partner at every time to sort of help counterbalance from in terms of policy and regulation, where do they make that work? And really it is bringing together every player and everyone's goals. And we spoke about again earlier about blended finance. Blended finance is often very much grant financing that comes from governments to again support some of these marginal aspects of finance and of benefit that needs to be taken into account. And the private entrepreneur can't usually afford to consider in his investments. Now, when we start talking about policy that encourages private sector, for example, to do more training, to have benefits when they are sort of managing waste properly or recycling properly, and issues like that, then you sort of bring the issues a little bit wider. So again, I don't think there's a simple solution. As you said, it's a complex situation. I think it takes everyone to come in and everyone to do a little bit to sort of what they're most able to do in their area and within their mandate.
Okay, thank you. I just want to follow up on what you said, because you are a development financial institutions. We have here a commercial bank. You know, Muazzam is here, Group CEO of commercial bank. How do you then balance between the return and the social return
Okay,
as a banker?
That's a delicate balance, obviously, because at the end of the day, we've got different stakeholders. I wouldn't say they've got conflicting expectation, but obviously in terms of, in order of importance, they would have different priorities, and we've got to balance that. But that's why it is important for us to understand what is the problem and be able to come together. So that's why I want to take the point to come up with the solution. And this is where I would just want to take the point by Tan Sri Daud, because I subscribe to the same view. For me, debt, equity, these are all tools. These are all tools. We cannot vilify one over another. Because if we are trying to solve a problem, you need as many tools in your arsenal as possible to be able to solve that. And that's what we have tried in our solutioning for our IT card, for example. We've got Qardul Hasan, we've got Mudarabah, depending on what is more suitable for the situation and the kind of solution that we want. That's firstly. Secondly is that we are also mindful in terms of what will be the priorities and expectation of the different capital providers. And we are very mindful, we are very clear in terms of if the fund is coming from our depositors, for example, it will go towards application towards certain type of asset or financing. But where the fund comes from different type of capital providers, philanthropic and all that, it may go into different types of assets and all that. And if we are able to clearly demarcate this and demonstrate how we apply this, we are able to balance all those expectations. Definitely, we cannot use a different, there cannot be misalignment between the kind of capital that we get to how we apply it. Then everything will be chaotic, I would say. So that is the kind of balance that we need to do. And as we go along, as we get more and more people to collaborate with us, we are able to extend our role and find that solution. So another example that I want to give is that in us doing that solution to the issues that we mentioned just now, it's not something that must come all from us as a bank. We work with social impact organizations. We work with institutions. We even work with, for example, Zakat Kedah, for example. And where it is in their power or their ability to come and chip in and contribute towards the solution together, we can come up with this solution. So we have, for example, house financing for Asna, for example. Yeah, and this is enabled because we work with the different stakeholders and institutions.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we have about 6 minutes more. Maybe we can get, rather than all giving to the third question, would you like to comment, Tan Sri Daud? Or yeah, okay. Maybe we can get a quick one, a quick question, and then we can get a comment from the members.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Omar. I'm currently doing my PhD in Economics and Islamic Economics. So perspective that I will give perhaps from the economist point of view, even though I'm still in the journey to become an economist. The topic that we discussed today is about financing a sustainable human economy, moving Islamic banking and finance forward. And the second statement is very important, where we try to figure out the ideas and the models that we can use in order to move our Islamic banking and finance structure forward. In order to do that, I believe that we need to understand the structure of the banking and finance, right? The advantages of what bank system can provide to us, community in the whole level. And at the same time, we need to also know that the limitation that the current banking and finance has, that now it impedes our availability to go forward. Hence, I would like to recall back that we used to have a great idea by the past economists, local economists, the late Prof. Diraja Unko Aziz, where he believed that in order to have another good financial institution that pools the money, replicating the banking system, but it doesn't have to always pay to the shareholders. And he came out with the idea of tabung haji, right? That's why we have it. And some people criticize the idea that if we change Islamic banking and finance, or any banking and finance system, it leads to, affecting our GDP and our current financial system, will lead to higher risk among the savers. But our late economist, he doesn't think that way.
Brother, we are short of time. Can you just pose the question so that I can get the panel members?
My question is, why we still restrict ourselves to the banking and finance structure of its limitation? We should think beyond that by having other institutions that can apply the advantages of banking have, but use it for different purposes. We used to have tabung haji as an example.
Okay, fine. Okay, that's your question. Thank you very much. And not that I don't want to allow you, but because we are shortage of time. But what I would like to do is that to get each of our panel here to give, not only to respond to you, but also to conclude their views on the various issues that we have discussed. So let me start on my right, Katia first, then we go towards the end, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I'm afraid I didn't really get the question, so
It's okay.
I'm just going to wrap up. I think really sustainable investment is the way forward. It's the dialogue of the future, and we all need to get prepared for it. The world is changing. We need the products to respond to it, and I think we've all been working towards it. So my answer today would be, let's continue working together and seeing what we can do going forward. I mean, if we don't, the challenge will not go away and things will get more complicated. So that's
very much in consistent with what Azam mentioned earlier on. Yep. Yes.
Okay, probably just also probably reiterating, but also responding to the question is that the model is there for Islamic financial institutions, Islamic banks in Malaysia. We have demonstrated as an example whereby we need to mobilize funding beyond just deposit, and we are mobilizing it from philanthropic capital. We are also using instruments of investment account, and of course we've got the instruments from deposit. This will enable us to go beyond what traditionally banks are able to do, go into this underserved from the credit perspective, micro businesses, for example, and this can be achieved through collaboration with entities which is not just within the Islamic banking ecosystem, but also even social impact organizations and all that. And at the same time is that debt or equity, these are tools that we should use to be able to solve the issues that we want to solve, because they've got their own merits and obviously the pros and cons. So this would be my parting points. Thank you.
Thank you. Tan Sri Daud Bakar.
Thank you very much. I think in Malaysia, at least I'm aware that there are many movements to augment the banking and capital market instrument. We have day loan, what they call day loan, but it's Islamic financing to help the foreign workers toward the end of the month on 27th, 22nd, 23rd. They got stuck financially until they are paid on 7th of the next month. So normally in the past they go to loan shark. They will take the money in plantation, construction, as manufacturing, site. Nowadays, central bank and many ministries have licensed many day loan to help the human on the ground, because they need the money. Normally they send 95% of their salaries back home. I'm also in remittance business. I've seen the data. The data is very much inhuman at the moment. Not to mention they don't have the bank's account, so we can have nowadays the Visa, MasterCard prepaid, which is quite common, so they can put their money in the card and they can send the money on their own. So, and many other things, insurance per day, per week, per hour. We have to be creative enough to create human economy. And I would like to recommend for the organizers, International Islamic University and the Central Bank and many others, to create a white paper on sustainable human economy, because this is what we need more. We are the Khalifa, as Tan Sri Azman mentioned, but we rarely talk about human. We talk about other than human in many hours of discussion. And perhaps to make this sustainable human economy work, flourishes and succeeds, we need to have a good vision, a good white paper, a good leader, a good environment, as well as a good luck at the end of the day. Thank you very much. Assalamu
Thank
alaikum.
you. The word good luck is very important. Okay, Tan Sri Azman.
Yeah, it says time is up, so I will be as brief as I can. To the last question, boleh buat, insyaAllah. That's my view. Actually, the call of Malaysia boleh, we were supposed to have failed as an independent country, post-colonial economy. We were supposed to have failed masa Asian financial crisis. This is not rose-tinted. I think all this institutional punya framework, we're supposed, remember we did in the early 90s, we were growing at real GDP rates of like 8-9%. That means nominal was double that even. We did all the infrastructure, all those infra bottlenecks. Tabung Haji is a good example. Today, 2.4 trillion is banking system, 44.5%, so Islamic banking lah. Capital market 3.6, about half antara equity dengan equity and ni lah, sukuk debt. About 67% Islamic. But remember, there's about 2 trillion of just Greek money alone, risk capital, equity capital in theory. Of course, some of that they put inside there. Petronas, I don't have the full numbers, but I would think their free cash flow another 500 to at least 1 trillion, perhaps. So how can we mobilize this? That's why I was saying earlier, IT card, very good, a form of innovation, only 40 juta, 40 million. All those trillions, just not numbers. We need to think about 40, 50 billion. How do we scale up? How do we scale up IAP? How do you scale up what I call with Datuk Muazzam Sadaqah House? I kata pasar malam economy. Zam, what are you doing? Remember that time I was Tabung Haji chairman, the Bank Islam kita punya subsidiary. And what Tan Sri Daud said about those payday lenders, people are trying to do. We've not talked about Islamic things. So I think we can. Those ingredients are there, but we got to think bold. But we don't have to look far, actually. Our tradition, we have come up with this solution before. But we got to be together. This is a key point. Sorry, I forgot to address the SDG part. The short answer is, I think SDG, in spite of my quip about MSG, SDG is good. Because anything good is part of the bigger alliance for good things. We can bicker about small yang tepi-tepi ni, but let's all come together in an alliance of doing good things, insyaAllah, sama-sama. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. So let us show our appreciation to all the panel members. Okay, thank you again. I'll hand over to Brother.
Thank you very much, Professor Emeritus Dr. Muhammad Azmi Omar, the esteemed panelists, as well as the distinguished keynote speaker, Tan Sri Azman, for that very engaging and enlightening session, alhamdulillah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we will go for a short tea break. However, after the tea break, we will proceed immediately with the parallel sessions. And because this is the first parallel session segment of the entire 3 days, so allow me to brief you a little bit about the locations of the different parallel sessions. Can I have the, yes, thank you. So on the first parallel session will be, yes, thank you, gentlemen. Ah, yes, okay, my apologies. See, three of my bosses are on stage, so I cannot say no. Right, thank you very much, moderator and our esteemed panelists once again. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, up next, right after the tea break, we will have the parallel session going on immediately after, and we will begin, inshallah, on time at 3:45, so that will be in 10 minutes. So the first parallel session will be here in the main auditorium. Parallel session number 2 will be at Forum 1, which is at level 1. So you have to take the elevator on from the ground floor upstairs. The parallel session 3 will be at Conference Hall 1 on the first floor, on the ground floor, and parallel session 4 and 5 will be at level 1. So in summary, parallel session 2, 4, and 5 will be at level 1. Parallel session 2 will be at level 1. Parallel session 3 will be at level G, and the main one will be at level 1. A little bit confusing, but it is what it is. Anyway, so let's go for a short break, and we will resume immediately in exactly 9 minutes, inshallah. Thank you very much. See you in 9 minutes. Thank you. No need to. shortly. those of you who are in the hall, please fill up the front row or the first seat for a bit more intimate discussion, if you will. So when you ask questions, we don't need the mic now. Thank you so much. First out of many parallel sessions we have during the ICIF, 15th ICIF. So first, let's kick things off with the first parallel session entitled Islamic Economics Framework and Measurements. And to moderate this session, we have Professor Dr. Salama Abdul Yusuf from IIUM. And I would like to invite Madam Moderator along with our presenters or speakers for today for this session, Dr. Rizwan Kushairi, Dr. Muhammad Sri Wahyudi Suliswanto, Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat, Adelina Zuleika, and Dr. Hamid Hassan. With that, Madam Moderator, I hand it over to you. My apologies before I forget, if you would like to read the abstract of the papers presented in this session, as well as the other sessions, all available in the conference booklet that you received when you register. Thank you. Once again, over to you, Prof.
Right, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this parallel session, we're going to have 4 presentations by 5 speakers. For the third one, there will be 2 speakers for that presentation. I will just quickly give you a background of the speakers. The first one is Dr. Rizwan Kushairi Muhammad Ramli. He is representing Yang Berbahagia Dr. Zunika. Dr. Rizwan Kushairi is the Principal Assistant Director of the Equity Development Division in the Ministry of Economy. He has vast experience in both the private sector as well as the public sector. He has a PhD from the University of Bath in UK and Masters in Admin Science from UTM and also MBA from the Maastricht School of Management, Netherlands. Our second speaker is Mr. Muhammad Sri Wahyudi Suliswanto. He is a lecturer at the Department of Development Economics at the Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, and he is also our PhD candidate at IIUM. The third presentation will have 2 speakers. First is Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat and also Ms. Adelina Zuleika. Both of them are in the Islamic Economy Supporting Ecosystem at the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance. Dr. Sultan is an associate professor and also the director of the Islamic Economy Supporting Ecosystem. He has his PhD and MBA degrees from the IIUM, our product as well. Right? And the last speaker is Dr. Hamid Hassan. He is the head and assistant professor of the School of Economics at the International Institute of Islamic Economics of the International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. All right, so for this session, we'll give 15 minutes each to the speakers, to each presentation. And then after that, we'll have questions and answers. All right, so now I call upon Dr. Rizwan Kushairi.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon to my distinguished guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to apologize on behalf of Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Zunika, the Deputy Secretary General, who could not be here to present the paper. I was informed that there were matters that she had to attend to on behalf of the Minister who is still recovering from a surgery. Alhamdulillah, with the blessing from Allah, we are able to gather here today. I'm happy to be here at the 15th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance with the theme of driving the agenda for a humane economy. Today, I'll be presenting a paper on addressing well-being in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic and post-pandemic created many economic and social challenges. During the pandemic, two general observations arose as a result of people working from home. Firstly, people began to like the work-life balance as a result of working from home. And secondly, people found themselves vulnerable due to employment complications. Post-pandemic, both these observations resulted in people thinking more about their well-being in the bigger scheme of life. For them, well-being means a better quality of life, better access to quality public services, better economic opportunities as more services went digital, as well as a better environment and work-life balance for them and their families. The concept of well-being varies with many definitions. Generally, well-being is a state of health, of being healthy, happy, or prosperous physically, psychologically, and with moral welfare. The United Nations, World Bank, and the OECD describe various aspects of well-being like security, welfare, self-actualization, access to basic services and public infrastructure, healthcare, employment, social connections, and overall life happiness and satisfaction. Addressing well-being is crucial for improving the quality of life, promoting sustainable economic growth, reducing inequality, increasing productivity, and ensuring sustainable development. By prioritizing well-being in policy making, the government can help create a more equitable and prosperous society for all citizens. Malaysia has been emphasizing well-being of the rakyat as the ultimate priority in all national development policies since the first Malaysia Plan. If we were to use selected data between 1970 and 2022, we can see the vast improvement Malaysia has made at reducing poverty and improving economic imbalances. Our median household income rose from 166 ringgit Malaysia to 6,333 ringgit Malaysia. Our labor force increased from 3.6 million in 1970 to 15.3 million in 2022. Our Gini coefficient reduced from 0.513 in 1970 to 0.39 in 2020. And the 12 Malaysia Plan 2021 to 2025 aims to continue to restructure the economy as the foundation at improving the well-being of the rakyat. The Prime Minister, when presenting the midterm review of the 12th Malaysia Plan on 11th September 2023 at Parliament, outlined economy Madani that is based on the philosophy of humanistic economic development and growth based on values, society, civilization, and norms, which is an aspiration for the country. The midterm review of the 12th Malaysia Plan emphasized on building a prosperous society where the development of the rakyat should not be measured solely by the economic growth, but should also take into consideration the well-being of the rakyat as a whole. Well-being in Malaysia is monitored through various measurements using national and international indicators. Initially, Malaysia's well-being was measured through the Malaysia Quality of Life Index in 1999. Then, over the years, Malaysia measured well-being through other indicators like Malaysia's Wellbeing Index, or MyWe, Malaysia's Happiness Index, MHI, Multi-Dimensional Poverty Index, MPI, Poverty Line Income, Inequality, and Family Well-being. And then we also partake in international well-being measurements, such as the Human Development Index by the UNDP and World Happiness Index by the United Nations. Now, if you were to look at our performances over the years, among the results that we have achieved in those assessments were, with the MyWe, Malaysian Wellbeing Index, the performance has improved in 2022 by 5% to 121.2 points as compared to 116.2 points in 2015. The Malaysian Happiness Index, the performance of the Malaysian Happiness Index in 2021 was at a happy level of 6.48. The Multidimensional Poverty Index, the MPI, improved from 0.0152 in 2016 to 0.0079 in 2022. And the poverty and inequality, income inequality in Malaysia achieved a remarkable progress at reducing the poverty incidence rate from 49.3% in 1970 to 5.6% in 2019. Due to the impact of the pandemic, poverty incidence increased to 8.4% in 2020. But as the economy rebounded post-pandemic, the incidence of poverty eventually reduced to 6.2% in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, some cross-cutting issues and challenges to address well-being covers economic development, society, sustainability, and public service delivery. Among the main issues which directly impact society include an non-conducive education system, socio-economic inequality, uneven regional development, gaps in access and quality of healthcare, and a lack of affordable housing. Having said that, the 12 Malaysia Plan, the midterm review of the 12 Malaysia Plan gives a firm assurance of the government to realize the reforms desired by the rakyat, with full efforts in translating the aspiration of Malaysia Madani based on economy Madani. The government is committed to ensure the well-being of the rakyat in its most comprehensive sense by not only focusing on economic and income of the rakyat, but also includes more comprehensive aspects of well-being to elevate the status and dignity of the rakyat, which include aspects of spirituality, health, housing, social cohesion, and the empowerment of society. In conclusion, addressing well-being, which include poverty and inequality, is an utmost priority in Malaysia's development planning. The midterm review of the 12 Malaysia Plan has been aligned with Economy Madani, which is Memperkasa Rakyat Framework, which is the basis for the implementation of policies and initiatives to enhance the achievement and well-being of outcomes. The implementation of the MTR will be driven by 17 big goals across 71 initiatives for Malaysia to be a sustainable, prosperous, and high-income society. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to sum up, addressing well-being in Malaysia requires a whole-of-nation approach. Malaysia recognizes the challenges in addressing well-being, and steps are taken to not only measure well-being, but to also ensure that the rakyat benefit from the initiatives outlined by the government. I would like to thank everyone for being here in this afternoon, and to thank the organizers for their invitation to this event. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rizwan, for taking less time than what is given to you. Now I would like to call upon our second presenter, Mr. Muhammad Sri Wahyudi Suliwanto, to present his work. Actually, our work.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Prof. Salama. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala asrafil anbiya mursalin nabiyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Salama and Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif because invite me to collaboration in this paper, so I can present in here now about Islamic social economic development in this bibliometric review. As we know, GDP in the past GDP is main indicator to now achievement, to now social economic development achievement in the country. And in this morning, in first panelists discuss about it. But GDP has weakness because GDP cannot cover all aspects. GDP cannot describe about the social issue and damage environmental. Stiglitz, Fitosi, and Amartya Sen proposed about the measure to social economic development assessment must cover all aspects. Based on this, I can give example about it, but weakness the GDP. For example, in Indonesia has great of growth economic, but the poverty in Indonesia is high too. Inequality in Indonesia also high, and the poverty in Indonesia and some region have poverty high, but also have happiness index is high. Based on this, many researchers, many countries propose the alternative welfare measurement, measurement to social economic development achievement, such as Human Development Index, Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare, Quality of Life Index, and another. In the other side, in Islam, as we know, Islam is ad-dinul kafa. Islam cover all aspects. So many scholar Muslim, many researchers Muslim propose the alternative measuring the level of socio-economic development achievement. Majority with use Maqasid Syariah framework, and based on this, we interest to know about the gap of the study about it. So we will use a bibliometric review for Islamic social economic development indices. With this approach, we can know about the gap and the trend of this study about it. And about the step to analysis, we will divide three sections, three steps. First step is research question. Research question number one is what are the key characteristics of the literature on Islamic social economic development indices? And then what are the key topics in this literature? And where does the literature point in terms of future research direction? And about the review technique, first step, we will data selection strategy. Step number one, we will use data source, Scopus database, not enough Scopus database, and also we use Web of Science database and Google Scholar database, and also IIUM database. Why we not just Scopus database? Because from Scopus database, few study about it. So we extend to source to another source. And step number 2, select literature. Based on this, record identified through database Scopus, we can get 32 document, and from WAS database, we can get 18 document, and from Google Scholar, top 100 article taken for any time frame, we will get to this literature. And from IIUM database, we can get 2 document. Step number 3, we will screen by reading abstract, skimming, and taking note of the topic cover. We can get 77 journal, book chapter, and proceeding. And the last, we will tool use and bibliometric analysis conduct. Number 1 is general performance analysis. We will use Excel, Microsoft, and step number 2, about network and content analysis, we will use FOSS-Viewer. And the finding, we will divide 3 findings. Number 1 is identification of author countries, institution, top site article, and networking author. And the number 2 is identification of major topic and future research direction. This picture is our result. Picture number 1 is number of publication. Based on this picture, we can know is study about it has upward trend. And in 2090 years is highest with 21 document. And picture number 2 is number of citation, fluctuative citation, but in 2015 is highest with 301 citation. And this is author country distribution. Majority author is from Malaysia with 34 author. And number 2 is from Indonesia, and number 3 is from Saudi Arabia. And this is a top institution. Number 1 is from International Islamic University Malaysia with 15 publication, and then from Islamic Development Bank with 8 publication, and from University of Malaya for publication. Based on average citation, from University Sultan Zainal Abidin is, National University of Malaysia is highest with 47 citation per year, per document. And this is a top site article. Number 1 is about Islamic Human Development Index from Hendrianto. Hendrianto is, I think, pioneer to propose Islamic Human Development Index. So Hendrianto have 166 citation. Islamic Human Development Index use Makosid Sharia framework and divide to classification, material aspect and non-material aspect. And number 2 is construction of Sebes model as measurement of poverty and welfare indices from Islamic perspective. The author is Irfan Shauki Beg and Laili Dwi Arsyanti with citation 128. Sebes model is used to connection with Zakah institution. And number 3 is an economic Islamicity index from Rahman and Askari with citation 110. And then top institution is from International Islamic University Malaysia. Sorry. And then about top frequency of Islamic social economic development indices publication by journal majority from book Springer with 14 document or 14 article. And number 2 is Islamic Economic Studies from Emerald Publisher. And then from Journal of King Abdul Aziz University, Islamic Economic with 3 document. And then from Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development with 2 document. Journal of King Abdul Aziz and Journal of Economic Cooperation is a Scopus Index. And number 1, Islamic Economic Studies and toward Maqasid Sharia Index of Socio-Economic Development, not Scopus Index, but this is a reputation publisher. And this is interact from co-authorship. Prof. Salama Abdul Yusuf is main or author with Hikers, collaboration with another author. Collaboration with Prof. Ruzida Amin and Prof. Mustafa Amar, Prof. Muhammad Aslam Hanif, and another Muhammad Arif Budiman. This is so about the connection about co-authorship. And this is a general content analysis of article. Majority scope of study is used to aggregate or macro, and number 2 is applied to household or micro study. And when we use post viewer, we can know about the cluster. I think we can know 44 cluster from based on color the line. We can know about human development and economic, socio-economic, and human development index. And then this is a co-occurrence of keyword. We can know about cluster, human development index, economic development, multi development, and sustainable development. And when we classification to extent of analysis, majority is just conceptual framework. But number 2 is 33% is proposed index, not only theoretical, but also empirically. And 18% article is just proposed index or theoretical only. And based on this, we can give highlight. I think 3 highlight is number 1 is we must clear about the definition. It is important to define what is meant by development or well-being from an Islamic perspective. And number 2, we must use the acceptable theoretical framework for this purpose. Majority study, 86% use Maqasid Sharia framework. Maqasid Sharia framework is, I think, clear framework and we can use about it. And the last, the choice of appropriate indicator to use to reflect the component that represent different aspects of development and well-being. And the weight, I think, is issue. Majority use equal weight and a few study use different weight. And the last, about thematic cluster, we can now 4 cluster: human development, economic development, multidimensional poverty, and sustainable development. Although Maqasid Sharia can cover all aspects and also sustainable development, but a few studies use explicitly Maqasid Sharia relate sustainable development, just to document use Maqasid Sharia to analyze sustainable development. So in the future research, to gain more acceptability of an index construct from an Islamic perspective, the sustainable aspect can be made to be an explicit component in the formulation. And to the Islamic Sustainable Development Index may also consider the aspect of technological development, because the study state by state technological development will give drive, will give improve to economic growth and a safe and social development economic. Okay, I think enough. Akhirul kalam. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wahyudi. Now I will call upon first Dr. Sultan Emir Hidayat to present, and then followed by Ms. Adelina Zulaikha.
Thank you, Prof. Salama. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Prof. Salama and all the audience, my co-authors, Dr. D.C. Kurniadi, Deputy Director of Directorate of Islamic Supporting Ecosystem, Ustadz Aulia, and then Ustazah Adel, Ustadz Adam Ervanda, and Ustadz Adam Prawira. And I would like to thank the organizer for having us in this prestigious conference. We would like to present our job actually, because Dr. Dece is in charge for legal affairs at the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance. So we were assigned a task actually on how to enhance the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance through innovative legal and institutional strategic approach. So based on that, we conducted FGDs, and this is the results. Oh, okay. Cannot? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is our outline. Yeah. The first one, mainstreaming the Islamic economy and finance to enhance the economic resilience of Indonesia, the strengths and also the challenges. We know that Indonesia has several strengths, such as Indonesia is the biggest Muslim country in the world, and at the moment we are a member of G20 with better level of income. Only 3 OIC countries are inside the G20, and one of them is Indonesia. And then the religiosity of Indonesian people is improving, and we have been listed by the Charity Aid Foundation for 6 consecutive years as the most generous people. And also, from time to time, the government support towards the Islamic economy and finance has been improving. And at the moment, we have relatively a stable economic growth, and then better technology and digital connectivity. However, in developing Islamic economy and finance, we are still facing several challenges, such as low Islamic economic and financial literacy rate among the Indonesian, discrepancies and gap in regulation, and the technological transformation, and the coordination issues among stakeholders, as well as the competency issues among our human resources, as well as limited research development and global and political instability. This is just to show you how the government's commitment to develop Islamic economy and finance has been improving from time to time. Since 2015, Indonesia already has a dedicated master plan for the development of Islamic finance. And just a year later, the president established a National Committee for Islamic Finance. At the time, it was called KNKS, which is directly chaired by him. By himself, His Excellency President Joko Widodo. And then in 2019, in one of the plenary meetings, the president mentioned that the focus of Indonesia should not be only on Islamic finance, but also on Islamic economy. Then we prepare our more comprehensive master plan, which is called Master Plan of Islamic Economy 2019-2024. So based on this, we are developing our Islamic economy and finance. In fact, the master plan is almost expired this year, and we are already starting to develop the next master plan. Since the nomenclature of the master plan has been changed, the committee's nomenclature is also transformed from National Committee for Islamic Finance into National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance. From the master plan, we come out with 30 programs. 13 of them are priority. And this committee consists of several ministries and relevant authorities, and directly chaired by the president, and the executive management of this committee is the vice president. These are some of the achievements of Indonesia after the establishment of KNEKS. At the moment, Indonesia has been ranked in the top 3 of all global ranking publishers, such as instead of Global Islamic Economy Indicator, and also Global Islamic Finance Report, Global Islamic FinTech Report. In fact, in Global Muslim Travel Index, we were ranked number 1. Yeah? And all of this have been improved from, let's say, 2018, it was number 11. And we also measure the contribution of Islamic economy and finance to our GDP. And at the moment, it's actually the calculation was in 2022. Yeah? It was estimated around 46.02% of our GDP was contributed from Islamic economy and finance. And since the mandatory halal certification is going on, alhamdulillah, we passed the 1 million target last year. And our export of halal products also improved from time to time. Our Islamic financial asset also improved. And our social finance also improved, especially after the president launched the National Cash Wakaf movement and National Zakah movement. And also the movement in terms of Islamic economic and financial development is not only in central government, but also in provincial government. They have formed a provincial committee for Islamic economy and finance. Now I will pass to my co-author, Adelina, to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan, Honorable Professor Salama, and also distinguished speakers and researchers and participants. Let me continue from Dr. Sultan Emir, and also this is the methodology and also the data, how we extract this study. Okay, this study adopts the qualitative approach, and then the primary data is the opinion of the experts and also the regulators and also the legal experts. Okay. And secondary data is the available rules, regulation, and regulatory framework. So this is need to be noted. This is the first paper that talk about and discuss about the regulatory framework of KNEKS. So the regulation also limited and resource is also limited. So we rely on the most of it, the opinion of expert regulators and legal opinion. That's why this is we call and also considered as the innovative approach from legal perspective, because KNEKS itself is the first kind of organization in its class. So in Indonesia, the nomenclature is called non-structured government agency or institution. So there are 2 categories in Indonesia. There is government agencies that in a level of ministries, and that's the structure one, and this is the non-structure one. So KNEKS has the flexibility that is not available with the structured government. So this is the series of focus group discussion. It's actually 6 series, but we categorize it into 4 series. This is in 2022. Okay. Okay. So despite of those achievements, we can see this is the outreach of halal export of Indonesia compared to the import from OIC countries. Only from OIC countries, we can see it's only cover even for the food, only cover about 10% of the needs of the food from OIC countries. This is we can see in the left. This is the global potential market, but Indonesia still there are so many markets that we can reach, that we have to improve our capability to reach this market. So this is the urgency why we have to improve and we have to speed up the Islamic economy and finance of Indonesia, so we can cover the needs of at least OIC countries and also the global, because the mission and the vision of Indonesia has become the global hub of Islamic economy and finance. So this is our recommendation. The recommendation actually is to make the amendment for the legal basis of KNKS, which is Presidential Regulation number 28, year 2020. This is, in the blue is the current structure of KNKS, so in the green is the recommendation. So currently, our members there are 6 ministries. So we recommend to add at least 9 more, consists of 6 of ministries, and another 3 are the government agencies. This is among the ministries is the Ministry of Law and Human Rights, and also Ministry of Health, Ministry of Information, and so on. And then this is, we call for to involve more stakeholders. So the next is a recommendation to insert the legal basis for Provincial Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance in Indonesia. Right now, it has been, as Dr. Sultan has mentioned just now, right now there are already 26 out of 38 provinces in Indonesia. So we hope in the next amendment of presidential regulation, there will be explicit legal basis for the establishment of KDEKS, we call it. So, and also we recommend to insert the alternative mechanism to appoint the executive director for KNKS. So the next recommendation, this is to enrich the function and the role of KNKS. One of it, to make the authorization from the amendment of presidential regulation and appoint KNKS as data center manager for Islamic economy and financial data in Indonesia. So the next recommendation is to insert the legal basis for the KNSKS as the responsible part for preparation and implementation for MEXI, and also this is the regulation as the umbrella law for the MEXI or Master Plan of Islamic Economy and Finance of Indonesia. So in the conclusion, this is our recommendation to speed up the development of Islamic economy and finance in Indonesia. The study recommends the amendment of KNKS regulation, the Presidential Regulation number 28 of 2020, which is to strengthen the KNKS institution. We involve to add more stakeholders, which is ministers and government, to become the member of KNKS, and also to insert the legal basis, explicit legal basis for establishment of Provincial Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance. And the next, we also recommend inserting the legal basis to authorize KNKS as data center manager for Indonesia Islamic economic and financial sector, and then inserting the legal basis for MEXI in the presidential regulation, and KNKS is the responsible for preparation and implementation and monitoring of its implementation. The next, strengthening the KNKS governance. So we have to acknowledge that the paper limitation, because this is the first paper that focus in institutional aspect of KNKS, consequently the literature is also limited. So finally, we also invite for the future research to enrich this study and also fill up the gaps. Maybe that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sultan and Ms. Adelina. Now we come to our last presenter, Dr. Hamid Hassan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizers of this conference for inviting me for presenting and sharing my thoughts and ideas. So basically, although you have seen the very attractive slides now, you'll see very simple slides now, so it might be boring, but let's move forward. So the topic is the determinants of Maqasid al-Sharia based socio-economic development. This is the, I think, 6 or 7 papers that in this series we are trying to develop the Maqasid al-Sharia based Islamic economics, and we are using the Maqasid al-Sharia as a unifying framework to develop the Islamic economics. It might be a branch of Islamic economics which is a very broad, so we just limit or narrow down to towards the Maqasid Sharia based Islamic economics. So the topics that I will cover is the nature of Islamic economics, aim and strategy of Islamic economics, and a brief introduction of Maqasid Sharia, why Maqasid Sharia based index, development index indicators, background and motivation, Maqasid Sharia based ranking, empirical modeling of determinants, some research question, descriptive variables, regression models, results, discussion, and conclusion. So let us look at the nature of Islamic economics. And this is we start from the lower side to the up. So we are starting with the positive. What is the meaning of positive? Means that we describe the existing nature of the society or the economy. So we describe, and then we move to the transformative stage or transformation of the society, and the last is the normative. So we have the normative ideals that we have developed, derived many axioms from the Quran and Sunnah to make some normative ideals, and we are also doing the research on the positive side, which is the description of the existing situation in the Muslim countries, OIC countries, as well as especially in Pakistan. And from that stage, we look at some strategies that transform the existing stage to the normative ideals. So, so in this way, we are looking from, maybe you can see that from Quran, that this is, we are starting from what is required. Normative ideals is that if you look at the Surah Fatiha, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen Rahman Rahim Malik Yawmiddin Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim is the straight path or the correct path or the right path. So that leads to the normative ideals. So the transformation is the efforts, strategies towards the correct or the ideal path. So that is the Sirat al-Mustaqim. Sirat al-Ladina an'amta alayhim. An'amta alayhim, that is the people who have been bestowed from, and they are the normative ideals. An'amta alayhim, they are the best, and they are the normative ideals that we want to reach. And the positive existing situation may be that maybe we are at this stage of Maghzubi alayhim wal-dhalin. but we are in the stage of disobedience. So we are moving from disobedience to the stage of obedience. So that is the Sharia requirement that we follow the do's and don'ts of the Sharia. So we are moving from the positive stage to the normative state. So we can divide the work of Islamic economics in the three parts. One is the positive part, and then the transformative part, and the normative part. In this way, we can achieve our goal. So, so that is the idea behind this work. So we have done a lot of work, or maybe 5 or 6 papers at the positive stage, and we are moving towards the other stages. And we are also developing the normative stage, which is the axiom, derivation of the axioms from Quran and Sunnah. So, so we are planning to just in the process of writing a book on the axioms that derive from Quran and Sunnah. So, so the aim of the Islamic economics is the social transformation to achieve the human welfare or falah. So that is the aim. So, or how do we achieve this? We have 2 strategies we can apply in the 2 strategies. One is the bottom up, and the other is the top down measures. So bottom up is the moral dimension or moral measures that we can take at the individual level, at this societal level, the moral values or moral measures or ethics-based policies. And the second type of measure is the top-down, which is the legal dimension or the legal measures which come from top. So in this way, we can achieve the transformation that is required from the positive stage to the normative stage. So by looking at these 2, the result is that we will create the real demand for Islamic economic alternatives to the conventional system or practices, as opposed to the nominal demand. So we are not creating, or you can say that the consequence is that nominal demand leads to the nominal alternatives. We don't have the substance, but we have only form. We are lacking the substance, but we are, in the name, we are having the Islamic alternatives, but we don't have the substance or the genuine alternatives. Whereas the real demand leads to the real alternative. So if we purify our society, so we need the purification of the society from the nafsul ammara to nafsul mutmainna. So in this way, when we purify the society, it will create the real demand for the alternatives of Islamic solutions. And that alternatives will not be the nominal alternatives, but these are the genuine or the real alternatives. So, so that is, most of the students and the participants know that this is the Maqasid al-Sharia, 5 Maqasid al-Sharia. It is called the classical, which is given by the Shatibi and al-Ghazali. So I'll skip this one. So why we need this Maqasid al-Sharia-based index? So first of all, we need this because we want to evaluate the society for the possible transformation, and we need a scale or gauge to indicate the level of the societies in order to improve that society by using different measures. So, and that is why we need statistics or a number or different numbers in order to look at what is the existing situation so that we will improve on that situation. So we already discussed in detail these development indicators that are started from the material-centered measures like GDP per capita and some other measures. Then we move to the people-centered approach as advised by the Amartya Sen, Mahbubullah, and we have multi-dimensional poverty indices as well as the Human Development Index. And then we are now moving to ethics-centered measured, and one of them is this Maqasid Sharia-based deprivation or perception index, and there are many other indices that covered by the earlier presenters. They have reviewed all this type of ethics-based measures. So the earlier work of this in the Maqasid Sharia, I have developed the axioms, and then we construct the index using the World Value Survey and using the Alkire-Foster double counting methodology. And then we rank the countries, OIC countries, with the help of this index. And we also looking at what are the missing goals in SDGs which are not covered according to Islamic economics. And we have pointed out that the ethics or morality is missing in the Maqasid Sharia, in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the current paper is just look at what is the variation or different trends in the ranking of these countries, what are the reasons for that. So we look at these different determinants, macroeconomic determinants, and some other top-down and the bottom-up measures that will affect the Maqasid Sharia-based index and their dimensions. And the future work will make extension in this work, like preparing the survey data, as well as in the level of or in the form of like HDI reports. So we want to present a Maqasid Sharia-based index, and we will prepare the reports for that. So this type of work are in progress. So this is the ranking that we did in the last time using the World Value Survey 6. So that shows the number one, shows most deprived nation according to Maqasid Sharia dimensions, which is the Kazakhstan, and the least deprived nation is Qatar. So this is according to Maqasid Sharia dimensions. And this is the first column shows the overall, and the other column shows the individual dimension, what are the rankings. So that is already covered. So these are the research questions that we tried to answer. How is this index affected by various factors, macroeconomic factors? Similarly, how individual dimensions are affected, as well as bottom-up and top-down measures. So these are the variables that we have used, and some are the control variables, some are the policy variables, and some like judicial effectiveness we use for the rule of law and judiciary as the top-down measures. And the social capital, social values, ethical values are used as the bottom-up measures. These are reflected in the morality and the ethics of that society. So if we look at, because time is short, I just look at the results. So these are the models are used. We use the 7 regression models. One is for the Maqasid Sharia-based socioeconomic index. And then we have the 5 models for each dimension. And we take the same variables for each of these 7 models. So, so these are the results that we got for the headcount index. The MSH is the Maqasid Sharia-based headcount index, and MSPI is the Maqasid Sharia-based index. And we can see that judicial effectiveness, which is the top-down measure, it has a positive sign which affect the deprivation. It will reduce the deprivation, but it is not significant. But these 3, the red one, they show the social value and the social capital, ethical values. They are significant, and they are making a significant role in reducing the deprivation in Maqasid Sharia. So these are the individual dimension. We have used the same variables just to look at their role, their effect on each of these dimensions. And we again see that the bottom-up measures like ethical value, social capital, and social value, they are very effective in reducing the poverty in this dimension, and judicial effectiveness also effective in reducing the individual dimensions. So, and the concluding remarks is that in order to decrease the deprivation in Maqasid Sharia dimension, we need to improve the social and ethical values along the social capital, and similarly, we have to improve the top-down measures like judiciary, rule of law, so that we can transform the society, and this will create the genuine demand for, or the real demand for Islamic alternatives. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamid Hassan. So let me just give a brief summary of what was presented in today's session. The first presentation provide the performance in terms of well-being for Malaysia using the different indicators that are presently available. The second paper actually look at the works that have been done in measuring development from the Islamic perspectives. And the third one is actually looking at in Indonesia, what progress has been done with regards to what is called the economic performance from the Islamic perspective, but focusing more on the financial aspects. And also provide some recommendations. And the third paper propose an alternative measure based on Maqasid Sharia and looks at what kind of factors that affect the performance based on the Maqasid Sharia indicator. So now I open to the floor for any questions that you have to any of the presenters. Right? So just wait for the mic to come. Perhaps you may want to indicate to whom you have the question.
Thank you, Professor Salama, and also for all the presenters. I would like to ask some questions for each of your presentation. So the first questions will be to Dr. Junika Muhammad. For you, sir. So I see one issue that very interesting in your slide, in slide 7, actually. There's a issue said that the problem about inability of scale up the micro, small, medium enterprises in Malaysia. So you said that you recommended to focus on whole improvements. And my question is, what have been done by Malaysia governance in answering or tackling this issue? So we can get a lesson learned from Malaysia about that issue, sir. How Malaysia government scaled up the micro, small, medium enterprise until now. So maybe there's a program or something, that help to achieve this issue, to solve the issue, I mean. Okay, and then the second questions for Mr. Muhammad Sri Wahyudi. This is very interesting. I like to ask about your analysis on the you said that on the future research, you said that it is better to see the technological. And my question is, from the bibliometric analysis that you've been done, which part of the indices? You said that it will. How many indices? I cannot see how many indices and what are them in your presentation. But I really interested in asking you, how can you recommend the technological issue from your bibliometric analysis? Okay, and then the next question is for KNEKS. The question is for Dr. Ade. You've been explained about the legal framework, innovative legal, and then institutional strategic approach. That I read that in your slides you said that there are some ministers you've add from the common minister, and then you add some minister and also the non-minister government. And my question is, can you maybe tell how can you add the minister and the non-minister government regarding to the, the legal issue or the institutional issue? Why then you add some of the ministers and not other ministers? And then also the non-minister government institution. Okay, and the last questions for Dr. Hamid. My question is, you add the internet users as one of the indicators of your model. And my question is, can you explain why you choose internet users as an indicators of Makkah Sharia Index that you've recommend in your paper? Maybe that's all my questions. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the 4 questions for every one of the presenters. So perhaps I will call first Dr. Rizwan.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much. So your question was actually about inability to scale up by MSMEs. So with Malaysia, one of our challenges is to develop our MSMEs. If we were to look at the total population of the businesses, about 98.5% are small medium enterprise, out of which about 70% are still small MSMEs. So one of the areas the few areas that we continuously do is actually to increase infrastructure for them to develop their business. That's one. The other one is to provide financing. Financing is for them to, as startup and all that. And then the other one is to do capacity building. The government spends a lot on capacity building, training, to for them entrepreneurship, skills-based. And the last one is actually to access to prime locations. We have negotiations with prime locations where we allow where we ask the larger shopping malls and all that to provide access for MSMEs. That is one. The other one, this is to improve their product, services, and sellability of their product. And then the second one is actually we do for the SMEs, we do a tie-up with larger companies, listed companies, with GLCs under the VDP, Vendor Development Program. So this Vendor Development Program, what happens is the parent company will develop these companies, provide them within the supply chain, access to supply them with goods, which creates, capacity building, development, and within a few years, they will exit the VDP program to be on their own. So rather than have them continuously be within the ecosystem, there will be a shelf life for them to exit the program, and newer VDP is coming. Thank you.
So,
thank you. But why we propose about technological development? Because based on previous study in this paper, a few study include technological development in this indicator. Maybe just, for example, in IDX, propose technological development, but it's just theoretically, not empirically. And we compare with another study, we found about technology development must include to measurement cause technology development can affect to sustainable development and also to economic. So we propose another index or another index for about it must include technological development. I think enough.
Thank you. So,
Thank you. Thank you for the question, sister. Let me confirm. Your question is what are the consideration to choose the ministers and these ministers and also the government agencies. So let me reaffirm again. Please bear in mind that Indonesia is a non-theocratic country. Even though Indonesia is a Muslim majority, but Indonesia is not like Malaysia, which is constitutionally a Muslim country, or Islam is the official religion of Malaysia is Islam. But Indonesia, no, we are non-theocratic countries. So Islamic economy is practiced, is already practiced, but there is no explicit legal basis for that. So the goals is, the long-term goals is to make the Islamic economy is inherent part in each ministries and government bodies. So initially, prior to, as explained by Dr. Emir just now, prior to the shift from KNKS, Committee National of Islamic Finance, to Committee National Committee of Islamic Economy and Finance, there is a study from Minister of Bapenas, or maybe Kemenpan RB, this is Kementerian Aparatur Sipil Negara and Bureaucratic Reformation, or maybe in this is Apparatus Utilization and Bureaucratic Reforms, Kemenpan RB we call it, identifies already there are at least 31 ministries and government agency that related to Islamic economy and finance. But this is too many to involve them into KNKS member. So into 2020, established only 16 members right now. So from the series of focus group discussion, from the opinion of the expert and regulators, come up at least with this 6 from ministries, and this is the non-government, the government, and also non-government bodies. So this is the list target. So all these ministries and government bodies related to Islamic economy and finance. For example, this is the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. So they actually Indonesia will develop the law to develop regarding development of Islamic economy. So Ministry of Law is very crucial for this, and also apparently Ministry of Law and Human Rights already support us in many of regulation and many we call it innovative and breakthrough regulation to support Islamic economy. Explicitly. So we would like to involve, and we recommend them to involve to be the part of committee, so we can trespass, or we can make the the bureaucratic challenge that normally we face in coordination will be reduced by involve them into the committee. I think that's it. Thank you.
Your question is that why did I take the number of internet user as one of the explanatory variables? So because we have 5 dimensions in Maqasid al-Sharia, one of the dimension is the protection of intellect. So protection of for the protection of intellect, we need the knowledge information. So as a proxy for the knowledge and information, we are using the internet users. So they might use because the sign depends whether they are using for deprivation or they are using for the development of that. So, so that's why we have used that. In the components like the protection of intellect, when we make the component, the indicators include the schooling, education, everything. So, and this number of user is the factor, explanatory variable, not the component. Component already included in the index. So, and so that's why the schooling and education, everything is covered in the component. So in the factor or the explanatory variable, we have used this this indicator or variable as the knowledge proxy for the knowledge or information. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much. Let me just end this session with a few remarks. We find that in this session, actually, it's looking at Islamic economics framework and measurements, looking at development and so on. So you'll find that actually, not only in this session, but in the plenary session, the first one, as well as the second one, the way that we look at development, the way that we look at well-being, is quite different depending on who is looking at it and what kind of measurements or indicators that we use. Even from the conventional perspective, in the morning you were talking about HDI, they're talking about multi-dimensional poverty index. There's a lot of arguments as to which indicators or which index would be more appropriate. And also, even in the second one, also looking at based on what values do you want to create the framework. So there are still a lot of work that has to be done, and probably a lot more discussions and collaborations. And if we want to look at it from the Islamic perspective, I think we have to also work on the acceptance of the index from all parties, not just from the Muslims, and also from the non-Muslim. So thank you very much all for being in this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. I'd like to ask you, everyone, to stand and take a group photo. One more. Thank you very much once again, Madam Moderator, and our esteemed panelists for those paper presentation. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first day of ICIEF 2024. But however, before I let you go, please do, I need to remind everyone to re-register or register again when you come back tomorrow in the morning and also the day after. So just like how you did in the morning. And I guess that's it. I will see everyone back here at 9 a.m. for the third plenary session entitled Realizing a Sustainable Humane Economy, Part 2. So with that, I am my duty today as MC with Wabillahi Tawfiq wal Hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum, and see you tomorrow morning, inshallah.